Talking, never ever doing. Facts in your face, blacks never cluing. Fortress gate on your mind, you won't let Drew in. Blame outside yourself, worldly life ruined. Emotion bubbles and troubles, volcano mouth spewing. Left flat like Montserrat when democracy moving. Vaporization at female welfare centers. Get blasted as you enter, won't get to spend a cent or a dollar. I guarantee you won't even holler or feel it. Stiff from shock, bystanders won't believe it. Hammers cock, G20 scene. Corral the shadow like herds of cattle. Wasting energy, struggling not for battles. Pointing fingers, complaining about conditions that you help to implement and put yourself in. And trust, put your wealth in. No rush, don't procrastinate, cause they stealthing. Liquidating government.
Islam, Moors. Islam. Basically, how y'all doing? You want to do the prayer?
Yes, we start with the prayer.
Start there?
All right, for all of our, when we get together, right, we do an affirmation, right, to get everybody's frequency, you know what I mean, on the same plane, right, and it goes by the Moorish American prayer. If it's the first time, you don't have to participate, you can just, view or whatever like that, but it's an affirmation in order to get our chakras lined up, and it's just, just to get all our minds on the same frequency based on what we're doing, right? So we put 5 on the left and 2 on the right. We stand at a 45-degree angle, right? Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is our protector.
My guide.
And
my salvation.
By night.
And by day. Through his holy prophet. Noble Juali. Islam. All right. So for us, before we start, this is public relations conference. Who were you before 1492? Who are you today? Before we even go into anything, we have to know what our conference is, right? So all of the, a lot of the words that we're gonna look up and find definitions to is based on what people would say, European books, right, dictionaries, etc. But we have to remember why we call this "Who Were You Before 1492?" that when we go to before 1492, we have 800 years of rule of dark-skinned people in Europe, right? And during that time was known as the Dark Ages of Europe. So when we say, who were you before 1492, we're connecting our people, who are dark-skinned people, back to their Moorish heritage and lineage so that we can accept that position as well as accepting it, taking it on ourselves to go forward from that perspective, right? Now, everybody's gonna say there was a good brother of ours from Delaware, Brother Hanif. I know everybody probably heard about when the debates between Alim Bey and Seti was going on, right? The perspective that a lot of people have is, well, Moors are studying from European books, right? It's English language, that's European, etc., right? Europe comes from Europa, and Europa was a sister, right? A dark-skinned sister, and she was a queen, right? And during the Dark Ages, the Moors were the ones who taught the Europeans all this stuff that we're going to be reading out of these so-called European books, right? So for our people, what Brother Hanif said was that, on one hand, the conscious community is going to say Moors are using European stuff. But then on the second hand, they're going to be saying that the Europeans stole everything from us, which is a contradiction, a conflict, because if they stole it from us, right, then, and we taught them,
Take it back.
right, all we're doing is just reclaiming what was lost, right? So it's to get that perspective in our people, right? So a lot of the information that we go through today is going to be, there's information from Europeans, there's information from law schools, there's information from just people, there's information from other Moors, there's, you know, we've done our own studies, and the part of going to the definition of conference is for us to recognize that a conference is a meeting, right, for consultation or discussion, right? So consultation and discussion means that don't be fooled by the table up here and me sitting up here. Discussion is involving all of us, right? Which is why we do the Moorish American prayer, so everybody could be on the same plane and we could all be comfortable to speak amongst ourselves as brothers and sisters, as people who realize that there's a problem in society right now. And the only way that the problem is going to be fixed, just like during the Dark Ages, is when the Moors step up and do the things that have to be done for us to change these things, right? So once again, conference, noun, a meeting for consultation or discussion. 2, government, a meeting of committees to settle differences between 2 legislative bodies. In various Protestant churches, an assembly of clerical or association, as of schools for mutual benefit. League, the act of conferring, as of a degree, a bestowal. Right? So the conference also entails giving you information that's going to take you to a different level, right? When they say conference, league, right? So you know you have football, you have the conference, the different conferences playing each other, right? So it's a broad scope, but the scope we're dealing with is that it's a meeting, discussion, consultation, so we can figure this out, right? So for us to start, being that we're in quote unquote jurisdiction of Canada, right? We're going to read from a document called Letter of the Inhabitants of Canada. Oh, and by the way, my name is Kudro Adwell, and I'm the Grand Sheikh of the first temple, the first Moorish Science temple in Canada. The picture behind me, Prophet Noble Juali, he came here, he was supposed to come here, but we have an article here that we'll go into after. But he was in discussions with a lady by the name of Madame Bruton and a man by the name of Oscar Bruton. And Madame Bruton was pretty much like any other quote-unquote black person doing stuff for the community. You know what I mean? She had community centers and stuff like that. She had like a hair salon on Yonge Street. You know what I mean? So she was in the public. On the second hand, you know, she's somebody that nobody talks about during Black history, right? Because of Noble Juali, and anything that's connected to Noble Juali gets omitted from Black history, right? Because Noble Juali came and taught us that we're not Negro, Black, or colored people, we're Moors, right? But the establishment wants us to be Negro, Black, and colored people, because once we claim to be something that we're not, people are able to slide in under the radar and take everything that we have, and we think that it's racism, when it's ultimately because we're not calling ourselves what we're supposed to call ourselves, right? You know, so if you call yourself chair, you can't get mad if somebody sits on you, or if they want to use you, stand on you to go reach for something or whatever. It's not racism if they do it, it's because you call yourself chair, right? So,
Sorry,
yeah.
to add to that, like in
Well,
terms
you wanna-
of.
you wanna
Oh, is it
cover it?
okay? Oh, sure. Like basically to add to that, like the conference right now is who were you before 1492 and who are you today? Like the question we have to ask ourselves is who are we today? Most of us say we're African Canadians. Most of us say we're African Americans. Some of us say we're black. Some of us say we're Negroes. Some of us say we're white. I mean, there's so many tags that get added to us as years go by. Like every 25 years, there's something different. You know, like for instance, right now we say we're black persons. I mean, what we do is, as Moors, is we study. One of the books that we use is the Black's Law Dictionary. All the people that uses these books are judges, lawyers, preachers, sociologists, professors, whoever else. So I'll go to the word black person. In the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition is the best, well, one of the best edition, but 3rd edition is good. The earliest editions are the best ones that way because most of the words have not been changed around.
Right.
Like if you go like, say, like the 6th edition, 7th, like the words are gonna be like so dumbed down that you're not even gonna get the true context of what the word is, you know what I mean?
So, like, to add on to that,
Go ahead.
when we, majority of us, when we went to high school, right? You know, because people in here are, you know, 70s children, right? When we went to high school and you asked for a dictionary, they never give you one of these.
Give you the books.
They give you the soft cover,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right? So all those dictionaries, majority of the dictionaries that have soft cover that you get today are termed abridged dictionary.
Term abridged.
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 Yeah,
What do you
right?
mean by that?
And then the older dictionaries are termed unabridged,
Unabridged.
right? So while he's looking for black, I'll look for.
Okay. Well, I'm looking, like, I'm in the Black's Law Dictionary, I'm gonna look up the word black person. Words, it's a longer word, but just, I'm gonna give you 3 words that describes where we are in a society right now. First, the word black person. Black person, occurring in constitution and laws, must be taken in its generic sense as contradistinguished from white. Okay? So, who is a black person?
Nobody.
Nobody black is just a
Just
shade, as they say. Black and white is not really, they're not really colors.
So,
Shades.
does it say who's a black person?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so let's go to white person, just to give it a little bit oomph, you know, like,
And then where you get them? You can get those books at chapters? You gotta order these.
No.
You could get.
we wish.
Did I order? No, well, this is old, that's
Okay,
old.
the older books, best places to get them is from online,
Okay.
but you have to dig.
Mhm.
Or used bookstores.
Yes.
These bookstores are good, you know, so there might be in Saga, there might be a little bookstore, mom and pop bookstore, you know, behind some convenience store or something like that. One of those
So-
spots. You'll go in there and they'll have like, you know, dictionaries packed up like this for $2, $5.
So you have to look.
Okay, all
Right?
right.
And oh yeah, abridged. Right, so abridged, to reduce the length of a written text, condense, to curtail, cut short. Middle English, abrogant, from Old French, abrogere, from Latin, abbreviare. Abridgment, also chiefly British abridgment, the action of abridging, the state of being abridged, condensation of a book. Right, so they took this and condensed it into,
Little.
Into one, into a
Maybe.
couple of things.
right?
Or the newer ones.
Yeah.
And they give it to you in school to learn.
Right.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
And also too, remember that when we're talking about schools, stupidity is a product of education.
Say that again?
Stupidity
It's a product of
is a product of education,
Education.
because education means to take out,
Mm.
not put in.
Wow.
So when people go to school and they say, I'm educated because I got the degree of this, an MB and whatever, and somebody put something in you, you weren't educated, you were trained, you were brainwashed, you were, you know, like, whatever, right?
You didn't learn anything.
Right, you didn't learn anything, right? Because learning comes from within.
Within.
Yeah.
Learning
Right.
comes from tapping into yourself and bringing out what, that's why, you know, again, comes back with the conference, right? That we want input, right?
Feedback.
We want feedback and dialogue, right? You know, majority of learning circles, let's say, that you go to, the guy in the podium, and you can't say nothing. And he has to say whatever, and you have to agree with it, you know what I mean? And when he's done, he goes out the back, and you're left there with questions that he didn't answer.
Yeah, that's not communication.
That's not
just
communication.
one direct.
Brainwash.
Yeah.
Right? Right? So, yeah.
So that's what we say, like, we build, like, that way we find out certain words, because there's words that we use on a daily basis that we don't really know the true meaning of it.
You don't
Yes.
realize it.
The true meaning. Like, for instance, there's this one word, and like, I'm gonna get to the white person word, but there's this one word that everybody uses on a daily basis. That word is nice.
Nice.
I don't like that word.
Why,
It's like
why,
saying
why don't
cheap.
you like that word?
Because like nice is just like,
Here's
it's
what,
real average to me.
here's what you're gonna do. Look up the word nice,
Alright.
and I want you to read it out when I finish reading this. That way you can see exactly why that word. But anyway, now we look at the word white persons. As used in REV Statute US 2169 Naturalization Act, March 26, 1790. 3.1 Statute 103 as amended by Act February 18th, 1875. Basically, as members of the white or Caucasian race, as distinct from the black, red, yellow, and brown races, petition of user Emson, okay, just a bunch of numbers and stuff, but this term, however, does not necessarily include all Caucasians.
Interesting.
Okay? So, a white person, it does not include all Caucasians, who they say are white.
Right?
Now, the ultimate word, the last word, is the free white person.
Right. Okay.
Now, this word, like, it got me, but it will get you too, I hope. Free white persons, referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in 1 Statute 103C3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races, then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. It includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with people of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lats, and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It's almost finished, don't worry. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tatar inhabitants of South Russia. Now, it does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabited Persia. A Syrian of Asiatic birth and a descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person.
Wow.
So like they did like essays on that, no? Like when you said the Indo.
Okay?
You know.
So we just, in law, like this is law, as I said, what lawyers and judges, when they adjudicate on you, they're saying that they're Caucasians. However, they're not free white persons. And their status governs that. So who's the free white persons? As it says, part of it in here, I'll point to is the Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal.
So
Which
we,
are us. Islam.
Islam.
So the question is, who are we after 1492? That's the
To
question.
break it down, I think like Moorish, right?
Right.
Okay. So as I stated before, when we start calling ourselves all these different tags, it puts us in that status.
And not only puts us in that status politically and socially, but also spiritually, we condemn ourselves, right? So from a spiritual perspective, this is what we're doing when we say that we're black people. This is what we mean to the rest of the world out there when we say I'm black and you know, sing James Brown songs and all that, right?
And dancing to
We're
it too.
proud, right? We're proud of this, right? Right? Don't forget, we're proud of this, all right?
Mhm.
Black,
Right.
adjective, blacker, blackest. Being of the darkest achromatic visual value, producing or reflecting comparatively little light and having no predominant hue. 2, having no light whatsoever, a black cave. Keep in mind that spiritually or metaphysically, light means knowledge. Right? Light means knowledge. So when we say that we're black people, having no light whatsoever, right? So that means we have no light as a people, right? No knowledge whatsoever. 3, belonging to an ethnic group having dark skin, especially Negroid, right? 4, dark in color or having parts that are dark in color, used with animal and plant names, black bass, black birch, right? Now with 4, keep in mind, dark in color or having parts that are dark in color, used with animal and plant names. So black bass or black birch are not gonna call themselves black. They're bass and they're birch. They're not gonna identify themselves as the adjective describing it,
The noun.
right? They're gonna be the noun, right? Now this is how we start, this is where we start cursing ourselves when we call ourselves black. 5, soiled as from soot. 6, evil, sinister, black deeds. Cheerless and depressing, gloomy, angered, sullen. Sometimes capital, attended with disaster, calamitous, in the stock market crash on Black Friday. Of or designated.
I always call it White Friday.
Of or designating a form of humor dealing with the abnormal and grotesque aspects of life and society, and invoking a sense of the comedy of human despair and failure, indicating or incurring censure or dishonor. Man has written one of his blackest records as a destroyer on the oceanic islands. Informal, absolute, confirmed, a black villain, wearing black clothing, the Black Knight, served without milk or cream, set of coffee, an achromatic color value of minimum lightness or maximum darkness, one extreme of the neutral gray series, the opposite of being white, although strictly a response to zero stimulation, contrast with surrounding color stimuli. Clothing of this color, especially for mourning. Any member of a Negroid people, a Negro, a black colored chess or checker piece, in the black, on the credit side of a ledger, prosperous, blacken, blacking blacks, to make black or dirty, to soil, to put black dye paint or polish on, right? And then it says black, Joseph, Scottish chemist, discovered carbon dioxide, a pioneer in quantitative analysis. Then it says black alder, a delicious holly of eastern North America, bearing bright scarlet berries, a tree, Alnus glutinosa, native of Eurasia, having dark bark. And then it says blackamoor, noun, any dark-skinned person, especially an African Negro. Earlier, black, more, full colon, black in all caps, plus M-O-R-E, more, capitalized, earlier form of M-O-O-R. So they go through the black and show you that black is an adjective, right? So that we can't identify ourselves as that because we're nouns, proper nouns, etc., right? It tells you all this negative stuff about black. Then it goes to blackamoor, and it tells you any dark-skinned person, especially an African Negro. Whereas in the definition, it explained that black, not black person or black people or whatever, just the term black identifies Negroid people. But the compound word after black is blackamoor. Telling the people, if they would read, not look at this as the white man stuff or whatever, we're not reading that English language or whatever, right? Telling you that blackamoor is a compound word made up of black, which they write in all caps, right? Which means that it has nothing to do with person, place, thing, or idea. Black with a plus sign and then more capitalized. Like they told you in grade 3 when you write your name and the lines on the paper, capital K, small U, D, J, O, capital E, small L. Right? Making that distinction that the people, even though they're black as a description, their actually identity is more. And this is just in a dictionary. We didn't even go into none of this thing about who the Moors are. We just read a dictionary.
Yeah.
And the dictionary is telling us that we're more.
Yeah.
And they know, and they already know that your average black man's not gonna open the book.
Right?
Right.
So it's
Okay.
there,
It's
it's
the
been
average
there
black
for
man.
years. And that's the best way to hide something from a black man. Just
Right.
put it in
Put
a
it
book.
in front of us.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? And again, you know, it comes back to we have to be in, because we're at war right now. Right? We're at war on every front. Economic, spiritual, physical, emotional, like you name it, we're at war, right? Why are we at war? Because, and this is, you know, again, the discussion, right? We're at war because of exactly just what you said. The black man, and the black man's this, and the black man's in this situation, because we know what you're talking about in here. But when you go out there, and you say black man, you're saying gloomy, you know, soiled, angered, sullen, bleak. You know, you're not making, it's not the same perspective. So, you know, we're family here. So as family, we can discuss these things and we can point things out and say, okay, you know what, you shouldn't, you know, let's just say more.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about.
Yeah,
that.
right.
Okay, so I'm a more man. you know
Right,
what I
from
mean?
the start, right? Let's just say more.
Yeah.
Because once we get into that black thing, it's going back to
Going
law,
back to that.
Yeah.
right?
Because sorry to cut,
No.
just quickly, in law, a Moor, in the law book, a Moor is an officer in the island of Man. This is an island over close to where England, Albion is right now, who summons the courts for the several sheddings. The office is similar to the English bailiff of 100. So as a Moor, in law, any bailiff out there, one Moor is 100 of them.
Wow. Because of our nationality.
It's
Go-
the word right
go
there.
ahead.
No, that's the word right there.
Yeah.
Like that.
Nationality.
Yeah.
Right? We'll get into the nationality word in a minute, but
Teach, yeah.
as a Moor, you're equal to a bailiff of 100, and they say it in the law dictionary. what a Moor really is. Question is, why wouldn't you want to be that?
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you want to claim that?
I feel like it's in us already, we just need to release that.
Exactly. So when you said to me over there, like you came into knowing yourself and everything.
Yeah, understanding why I was angry all the time.
You were there. You were there when you were born.
Yeah.
We've always been here when you were born.
And why we were angry because you had that hex on yourself that you were black.
Yes. That insecurity and all that
And
stuff.
that's what really got us in the like, okay, for example, when we look at the dark ages of Europe,
Mhm. There we go.
it has nothing to do with dark skinned people.
I know, they don't talk about that.
It only has to do with Europeans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how could the dark, like they're gonna say, you know, when you look up black, it's gonna say black is relative to dark skinned people.
Mm-hmm.
But when they say dark ages, they're not talking about us.
Mm-hmm.
But then when they say black history, they're talking about us.
Mhm.
When black and dark are relative.
Yes.
Right? Right?
That's the
So what are they talking about? They're talking about the period.
Mhm.
The historical reference point of black or dark has nothing to do with the people involved in that time frame of history.
Mhm.
It has to do with the situation that's going on. It was a dark time of Europe during that time, right? With black history, it was a dark time for Moors
Mhm.
during black history.
That's the
But
black.
the black history has nothing to do with the people because, oh yeah, the black people were enslaved, so we're gonna call it black history. That's our people's perspective of it. But the world's perspective of it is, well, yeah, that was just a bad time. Just like the, you know, when you go to there's other like Black Plague.
Right.
Black Plague has nothing to do with dark skinned people. Black Plague has to do with a time frame,
Period.
a period of time that there was negativity happening.
Mhm.
Right? So when we identify ourselves by this term, right, we're not being who we are today. We're being what somebody else coined us to be,
Mhm.
right? And that goes for, because if we check other people, you know, like Hindus, Asian, whatever, they don't say that they're the brown people and then they have a brown history or whatever.
Yellow history.
The Chinese people don't say they have a yellow history, and you know we need Yellow History Month and whatever like that, right?
Mhm.
They identify their geographical location or their bloodline.
You know, you're right, because a couple times, like, I probably had like one white lady and the next Chinese dude, they're like, because the white lady was like, she's afraid of saying black.
Mhm.
She doesn't know what to call us.
Yeah.
That, you know, my intuition went off on that, left that alone. And then, you know, where I work, I was telling my supervisor, he's Chinese, right? And I'm like, I told him, the dude that I had a problem with, he's Egyptian. So I'm like, white Egyptians, they don't really like us. And then he's like, and the Chinese man didn't really want to go and talk about that. And then he's like, well, like, I know, he knew what I was talking about, but then he was like, you know, like, and then he said black. He doesn't even want to say black either. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I put the two together and like, now I'm seeing what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like people are even afraid of saying,
Mhm.
The-
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
So
B
now,
word.
That's
you know what I was
Like
thinking,
the N word.
Yeah.
you know what I was thinking for myself now? I'm like, okay, so if you don't know what to call me, you're afraid of calling me black, then I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I?
Right.
Then who am I then? Like why, you know, why am I here? So now I see what you're saying.
Right.
Well, you have to ask the question as well too. Why are they afraid, coming from another nationality, another part of the world? Why are they afraid to approach us?
It's that stigma that it's given right now, like that air that's given to about us right now, that
Right.
fake image, that violent image.
But who gave ourselves that fake image?
We did.
Okay, so we're not honoring our mothers and fathers.
Yes.
So won't you be afraid to approach somebody who's not honoring their mother and father?
Yes, sir.
But it's broad. When we just like you're saying, right? Just like you're saying.
Mhm.
the boss is Chinese.
Yes,
Then this other worker was Egyptian.
yes.
That's national names.
That's what I'm saying.
But then the European, who's Scottish, German, English, French, Dutch,
Mhm.
All mixed.
right? You call them white.
Yeah,
Because, if we were to know Mrs. Schwarzkopf, you know who she is,
Who
and
she
you
is,
identify
yes.
her
Russians.
based on, right, that
Yeah.
name,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But it's just like with the black. If we say white, and we don't call them generically Roman, Albion,
Mm-hmm.
European, right?
Canadian.
We say that they're pure.
Mhm.
Mm,
That's what white is, compared to black.
yeah,
But both of those are adjectives that people can't be. But the hex or the ritual that we put on them is that you're God. Because white has to do with purity. White does not have nothing to do with skin complexion, neither does black.
Black.
Right?
and they associate white with light.
Exactly. And light is knowledge, metaphysically.
They subconsciously make us feel that it subconsciously puts them first
Exactly.
for us. So
Right.
it's like it was like they actually wanted us to be looked upon as a second-class human being.
Exactly. That's why they
So
call
look
us.
at that, I'm like, nah, you're gonna treat me like that.
Right. And that's why we go back to the white definition in the law dictionary that says white does not include the Caucasian, European, Indo-European races.
So what was it? Were we too friendly? Because when I think about it, we have no way to blame with ourselves, kind of. Because we taught, but then it was like the same thing that we taught and was later on used to enslave us
Right.
and taken from our origins and dropped off all over the place. So it's like,
It's
is it a double?
Let-
Would you say it's a double?
Let's go to that time in history called
Yeah.
Black History, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
When we go to that time in history called Black History, and there's a fountain right there with a sign over it says black.
Mm, yeah.
Somebody beat somebody, go drink from that? Right? Especially because remember, when we talk about slavery, we're talking about the South. When you talk about South, you're talking about geographical location where there's rivers everywhere. That you can go put your hand in the thing, you could drink all the water you want.
But yeah.
But yet, we're gonna go drink from a fountain right here with a sign over it, when we can go to that river right around the building that we're going and drink water all day. We get a bucket, fetch water, and nobody can't tell us anything if we do that. Because there's no, and that comes down to the issues of law, right? So in law, there's three main issues in law, right? The first issue is status. So once your status is set, then after your status is set, that sets up the jurisdiction, right? That sets up the jurisdiction that you're in based on what your status is, right? So, like with the fountain example, black status people are gonna go drink from that fountain. And we already know black is, everything negative, whatever. So the people who drink from that fountain, they're making a claim without words, but based on their actions, they're making a claim that my position is I'm obviously indentured. I'm obviously volunteering myself to be a slave because I could go drink from the well, or river, or whatever right there. And nobody's gonna do anything if I go drink from that. But you go try to drink from the white fountain, right? See what happens. And then, or you go try to sit at the front of the bus when you're really supposed to go to the back of the bus. Really, you can just walk where you're going. You don't even have to go on the bus. Right? Just like the fountain and the river, you don't have to take the bus. Right? When they had Montgomery bus boycott, they were walking everywhere.
Say how he did it.
Which proves that you don't need to think about it.
This is all like a controlled state of mind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And when you really think about it, it's like, I don't really gotta think like this.
Right.
Stupidity is a product of education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're talking about words and spells,
Yes.
Right.
right?
Yeah. Well, for instance, you have that word nice by any chance?
Yeah, I was gonna read it still.
Yeah, read it
I
out.
was reading the other one about
Here's the
bigger.
spell that we got.
That was like, oh.
Here's the spell that we cast on each
So it
other.
says, for nice, silly,
Yeah.
every single thing I love it. Silly, simple, ignorant, not to know, showing fastidious or finicky tastes,
Uh-huh.
to enjoy junk, exacting in requirements or standards, possessing, marked by, or demanding great or excessive precision, delicacy, well executed, virtuous, respectable, was taught that girls don't do that, polite, kind. This is all at the bottom though of that
Okay,
definition.
right.
But at the front,
At the
first,
front is like simple, it's like basically this is a dumb person. So if I go like, yo, like she's a nice person or he's a nice person, I'm like,
there's the spell casting right there.
simple-minded, you know what I mean?
The
So-
carpet.
So
Wow.
there's your spell casting right there.
Yeah.
You call somebody, listen, you're a nice person.
So I'm gonna be like, don't insult me next
Right-
time.
Right there.
Right.
Get
So-
rid of the hex.
Right. So,
Good.
so like with the nice definition, right?
Yeah.
There's either denotative meanings
Mm,
or connotative meanings,
okay.
right? So a denotative meaning is to reveal or indicate, to serve as a symbol or a name for, signify, to refer to specifically. So denotation is specific. Connotation is seeing something good and saying that that's bad. You know, like urban slang. Oh yeah, you know, that was bad.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's ill.
That is good.
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
dope.
You know, yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
That's the
When
giant
dope is
yeah,
a
right.
mountain on the table. Right? So we say that so when we use connotative
Yeah.
meanings, right, opposed to using the denotative meaning,
Okay.
which is explicitly what it is, and we're dealing with words,
Mhm.
which are letters, and then letters make words, and that's called spelling. And you cast spells by writing or saying stuff,
Mhm.
and you don't know
And
what
you
you're saying.
invoke something.
You invoke something
Yeah.
that you don't even know.
To
what you-
invoke, to evoke.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
You know, right? You have something else there?
No, that's,
Right? Yeah,
that's
right?
okay.
So the idea is, you know, to get ourselves to one study, because we've all been brainwashed,
Mhm.
and there's a queen mother by the name of Annie Edel, and she said that, you know, a statement that she made was, we need to study, because if we don't study, we will get caught up in saying things that we don't really want to say. It's just the brainwash that's in our mind that's just gonna make us say stuff,
And that psyche.
right?
Mhm.
Just like when you were saying the black man, you know, nonchalant, you know what I mean? It's so
It's there.
ingrained,
Mhm.
right? That we say it, we don't even know what we're
I
saying.
didn't realize that,
You don't even realize it, you know what I mean? And only because we're family that it could be pointed out. Oh yeah, you know, hey, you just said, right? You put 50 cents in the jar, you know, like the curse word. You know what I mean? In order to break that brainwash, because the brainwash is,
It's a microchip.
Yes.
It's that intel inside,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
In order to change the program,
Mhm.
you got to put in a
Mhm.
new program.
right?
It'll reprogram.
Yes,
Mhm.
and that recalibrates.
Yeah, and it just doesn't happen by listening to Cujo
Yeah.
or the other Moors in here.
Oh, by the way, I'm a Mario Bay guy. Get on the screen.
All right. When we leave here, we have to continue to study.
To study, that's it.
Do it all day,
Because-
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the only way you get rid of the chip.
Mhm. Well, next question is how to study.
Right.
What utilities you need to study with.
Mhm.
Now, the information that we speak of as a Moor, like it predates 200 years, predates 1,000 years. So most information that you're gonna need to get from books, the books have to be old.
Mhm.
Like old books. Like, for instance, books that you're gonna need is an etymology dictionary. An etymology dictionary basically gives you the origins of words,
Right, or the roots.
the roots of the words, when that word was first invoked.
Mhm.
That's why they said the word nice.
Right.
When the
Or even
word,
church,
sorry?
even the word church.
Even the word church.
Churchios is Latin
Okay?
for something else, you know?
So
Yeah.
it gives you which language that word first was spoken. Where, like right now we use in English. And English, with English, it's made up of different words around the
Oh,
world.
yeah, the Anglos and Anglo-Saxon.
French,
Yeah.
Latin.
Basically, they rep themselves like, you know,
Right.
England or the Anglo,
You
or
see?
right, Anglo or Anglo-Saxon,
Uh-huh.
or,
Uh-huh.
you know.
All the things that, like all the books or whatever you need to get atlases,
Yeah.
old atlases.
Yeah.
Period atlases.
Right.
Yes.
Like you have to get old geographic, like atlases where they say Africa is right now. I'll use Africa as an example, and they have the different countries in Africa.
Mhm.
But most of those countries won't name what they are prior to 1865,
Right.
before the Berlin Conference.
Right.
Most of those names are made up names.
Uh-huh.
So they just remixed all of those things, right?
Most of those names are made up names. So if somebody coming from Africa and say that, oh, I'm Nigerian,
Mhm.
well, you're only 200 years old,
Mm.
right? I'm Ghanaian or I'm Sudanian. Which Sudan are you from?
Ah.
South or North? Because up to what? Was it 4 or 5 years ago? Sudan was split up?
Right. Right.
So, which is it? I'm Ethiopian, yeah? But which part of Ethiopia are you from? Are you from the east side or the west side of Africa? The Ethiopia was that
the
broad.
whole thing, yeah.
Okay.
Africa in itself is like just a big metropolis
Okay.
of like within, like
Yes.
cities within cities.
Exactly.
And they're big.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like somebody saying the Yugoslavian. Was it Yugoslavia?
And her two people broke up.
They broke up back in, I believe it was 80 or in the 90s, something like that?
Yeah.
So,
Croatia.
who are you?
Yeah,
Is
all
the
of a
question.
The
Right.
state just broke up, man.
It broke up. So if you hold your title to something that is new,
Mhm.
is that really who you are?
So
That
they
is-
did. So that whole divide and conquer stuff really, that element really worked,
Exactly,
like thoroughly.
exactly. Because most countries, as I said, is new. The name is new.
The name.
So for example, right? Hindustan,
Okay.
also Hindustan. The northern part, the part of northern India where Indic languages prevail, roughly the Ganges plain from the Punjab to the Assam, the Indian subcontinent. Right? If you speak with somebody from Hindustan, they'll tell you that India is a British corporation. Has nothing to do with the landmass. Right? They know this because of colonizing, you know what I mean, escheating, you know, usurping people's land or whatever. They made up these fake names for people, right? They called it India after they founded the corporation and then said that that's what that place is called now, India. But if you go like right now, if you go and you ask somebody from there, or if you tell them, hey, where are you from? Are you from India or Hindustan? They look at you funny. Because that's not supposed to be information that's on this side of the Atlantic.
Yes.
That's only information that's supposed to be over there.
Yes.
Everybody over here,
within their
Right.
little culture.
everybody over here is supposed to be either a slave master or a slave. And
Two.
because we look like slaves, right, that they're shown, we're not supposed to have this information. It's not supposed to be something that even registers.
Remember, we're second class human beings.
Exactly.
So, you know what I mean?
You know, that our religion was taken away, our ability to read and speak and whatever was taken away. How does this guy know that I'm from Hindustan? And they ask you, how do you know that?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know about Hindustan? That name, India hasn't been called Hindustan for hundreds of years or whatever.
Right.
Oh, well, you know, because I study, you know, I'm a Moor.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Moor.
Oh, you're a Moor.
What did they say? What did they say? No.
Now you and them are family.
Yeah.
So they that's almost like a code.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because they identify themselves as Moors
Oh, yeah.
over there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like you mentioned the word nationality. I mean, I go by experience a lot, but I met a young girl, she was what, 17, 18, at a store, and I looked at her and said, you're from over there, right? She says, yeah. I said, like, where were you born? She says, like, my nationality is Persian, but I was born in Iran. So she said it right there, her nationality.
Nationality, yes.
So national principles
Right.
is what she was coming with, and she wasn't 20 yet,
Right.
and that's what taught to most of those people.
Right. Mom and dad, you respect their mothers and fathers, and so on.
The family system.
We,
yeah.
we stopped doing that a long while ago.
Oh, they took though. They didn't want to. They didn't want us to know what you call it. You have what you call group economics. They were taught group economics. We weren't taught those things. We were just taught to like, what I got is what I have, and you do you. You know what I mean? And oh, you have something that I want. Okay, let me take that from you. You know what I mean? And you know, take. You know. So that was the thing. I think that was a big root that was left out. Was group economics, that family building. If you see it, Indians have that right now, you know, and from a long time. I asked a cab driver, he said he refers it as a family system. So he has like his family, and then they grow, you know, they go to school, they have to get good marks, whatever. When they turn to 50, get that job. You know what I mean? Like a McDonald's job, like a simple job, you know what I mean? Whatever percentage comes out of the check, that goes into, you know what I mean? That goes into their little bank.
Upliftment
Because
of
when
the
they grow up,
nationality,
you know, and they get into college or whatever, the parents have that money plus their money, right? They go to the universities, right? They're obviously gonna be like, they're gonna study on some like, you know, computers or something like that. And-
Astrophysics.
yeah, and then the siblings, and then if they have like, yeah, astrophysics. So like if they have like if they have like, you know, more than one child, like one child's gonna be this and one child's gonna be that, you know what I mean? But it's all kept tight knit, and everybody gets to be successful, and then they have their kids, and then they can teach the same things. See, like more people. So I'm trying to get at that background. More people, we weren't taught that. It's like, okay, black. When it was black, we weren't taught that. We're just taught that we're black, we're supposed to do this. That's why I get mad when I hear we have to educate ourselves. It's like, okay,
With what?
for what? So if I become this, then what? It's all about this acceptance stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like now that you guys are putting things in perspective, like, that's how you know knowledge is power, but it's only powerful unless you apply it.
Right.
They forget that stuff.
Exactly.
So they give us all these little meanings, these statements about knowledge is power, know thyself, and da-da-da-da-da, but they don't really get into it. But there's the other cultures understand it. It's broken down to them, but it's not broken down
Just
to
like
us.
you're saying, because that's family values to them.
Yeah.
That's just natural.
Yeah.
Naturally, if you're my son and you have a job, you're not going out there to buy Jordans or whatever. You better take 50% of that and put it in a bank account somewhere.
National principles.
Like, that's just what it is.
That's right.
You know what I mean? You know, the Jews, so-called Jews.
So-called Jews.
Right? Yeah.
Who
Right?
are the real Jews?
You know?
Yeah, we all know that. We know that.
13 years old,
Yeah.
he's a man.
Right. Bar mitzvah.
Or she's a woman. 13. You know, that's not some secret, you know, order or whatever. That's just
It's been there.
after 12 is 13.
Teen.
And then in our society, they're kids. They call them kids.
Yeah.
right? And even when they're all 20, they're still
Kids.
young people. They're not. They don't even refer to man or woman.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Young adults.
Mhm.
Keep you a minority.
Right.
Mhm.
You
Well,
have
even,
more minority mindset.
well, even when you're 50, you're a minority.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, only us.
only us. I mean, doesn't that like hit you somewhere? Because that word, that's another word, the minority. Like the minorities out there.
And we're the majority, that's the thing, we're the majority.
Oh, the
Right.
definition of minority.
Yeah.
Is less
So-
like little.
Yeah.
Mean that, we're
You're a
not a
minor.
majority, we're a majority.
No,
We just don't make.
Well, the definition of that is a couple, because you gotta look at it in a physical way
Okay, whatever.
and in mental aspect.
Yes.
You think like a minority.
Yeah, you're a minor.
But then your group of people.
The group of people, okay, I didn't think about that, yeah, it's
You
true.
could have like 100,000 black people
Yeah.
and 2 white people.
Yes, yeah, they're the minority.
They're the minority
Physically,
because they got no brains.
Yes,
you know?
yes, yes.
Right, and they're minority because they have no brains in their head because they call themselves adjective. Anybody call themselves adjective is a minority.
Yeah.
I don't care how many of you guys it is. Because it's not about numbers, it's all about your mindset. What's your mindset is what makes you a minority or a majority,
Mhm.
right? So the people who have intelligence are never going to be classified as a minority. Never. No matter what they do, no matter, just like saying, no matter how many of them there are, right? Like and our people are so dumbed down with it, right?
Mhm.
That we don't catch on to signals, right? Like when they, we all know when we were coming up and they pulled the minority card, the first thing was say, how are we the minority? We got more people than anybody else. But we never fix anything. Which goes back to what you were saying, how come we were taught that? Who am I? How come I don't know?
Yeah.
Because amongst our own, there's people who sided with the enemy to keep us in this
State.
state.
Because we're talking about
Right?
status.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right? There's people on our side. Like we're saying, the European books, they're telling you, you're Moors. They're telling you who the free white people are. They're Moors. They're telling you that, you founded civilizations and whatever. So it's not like they're hiding our history. We just choose not to accept
Not to accept.
that reality.
Okay, so how do you like, I know those kind of, see, those are what I consider black people now that we're talking about, Moors
Right.
and differentiation of Moors. Okay, those black people that use our stuff, but they're siding with them.
Yeah.
How do you like, because you can't change them, they already know what they're doing, so what do you do to like, isn't there like a
Like an island we put on.
yeah, yeah. You know what I mean?
We'd have to go through the due process first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Due process.
And the due process is with self first, right?
Because that's a true self-hating black man.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's taking what he knows and all of that, and he's exploiting it
Just like
for
they
his
said
own
in-
self-purposes.
Yeah, just like they said in the Django movie. You seen the Django movie?
I don't know if I want to see that, but I should see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it. Go check it
Because
out.
when you check the Django movie, that was one of the statements that, because at one point in the movie, Jamie Foxx had to play a slave driver, right? And they were making the statements like that the slave driver is worse than the slave master. The guy who gets picked to beat the slaves or whatever, the guy who gets, right, he's seen at, from the slave's perspective, worse than the slave master. Because that's his own that he's doing that to, right? Under the orders of, the slave master.
Yeah.
So why is it, okay, so how come, okay, all right, do you feel that like a lot of, I'll call them sisters, do you think they caught wind of, like, why do they caught wind of that same element? Because that's what makes them very powerful, but it's in a very, delusional way, I could say, because it's like when you get that power, when our women get that power, it's like they forget who they are.
Right.
They're uplifting, like black women, they're the strongest women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like when they catch wind of that slave, it's like I see that slave driver element. When they're at a certain when they're in a certain podium or a certain level in their life, you know, it's like they try to teach them their self-righteousness. They're not really leading it. They're not leading it their knowledge to anywhere positive. It's just like this power hungry kind of stuff.
It's just like what Malik al-Shabazz or Malcolm X said,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Only a fool would let the enemy teach you. Because the enemy is only going to indoctrinate you with what they want, so you can use that against your own. You know? So like and like you're saying, they know that the sister is most powerful.
Yeah.
That's why they go after her. That's why Condoleezza Rice had the position that she had, right? That's why if we go to all these churches out here, only sisters are in,
Mostly.
right? Mostly, right? If we go to a lot of these jobs out here, you know what I mean, employment agencies or whatever.
Yeah, I see that.
Mainly sisters.
But they're not. But the thing that bothers me is that they see that they know about us. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're the male counterpart.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but when I really see it, all I see is just more. All I see them is they're successful in their own right, but when they help, it's almost like, and I've been in those. I've met those kind of women, and when they help, it's like they help to make themselves feel good. Even it's not even like it's like they help. It's like they're helping. They'll help a little. When I know if I was a black woman, they'd help me more. You understand what I'm saying? It's weird because it's like they empower themselves.
Self-righteous.
Yeah, that's, you know what I mean? And it's like, but it's coming from a different, it's coming from a, like as far as the source, it's coming from somewhere that's so tainted, and I believe that that's the reason why the attitudes always transpire, and you know what I mean? They put themselves on the podium and they say they want this kind of man or that kind of man, and you know what I mean? Or they want to know this, you know what I mean? Like, or I don't associate with those kind of people, you know what I mean? So it's sad, you know?
It's the same.
The men do it too.
Yeah, men do it too, you know what I
Willie
mean?
Lynch syndrome and you know, us not dealing with each other from the galactic astrological relationship perspective that we're supposed to have with each other.
Originally.
Yeah,
Right.
we deal with ourselves as sex partners, and that's it.
And I'm only saying black women because we come from black women.
Right.
They're the ones in society.
Most
They
definitely.
create.
Most definitely.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
we're a product of this kind of
Right.
attitude.
But again,
So-
right, when we go back to, you know, if we look at the conditions that we're facing, the only reason we're in the conditions that we're facing is because that founder of civilization, called the sister, she didn't teach the child when he was in the womb. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in, because the first school is the womb.
Yes.
And if that school is not teaching you, you can't come out here and go to any school, learn anything. If the womb school didn't teach you the basic principles that you're supposed to know, so when you come out, your circuitry is already lined up properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if we come out of the womb and we expect schools out here to make us what we are, right? On top of that, we're not going to our own schools when we come out of the womb.
We're just talking
going
about
to-
Afrocentric schools
Right, yeah.
and stuff like that.
Right?
So,
It's a fraud.
and your average black, what, you think the Afrocentric thing is a fraud?
Yeah.
You think that? So you think that's a ploy for something?
Yeah.
To
Well,
make
there's
us feel,
nothing-
that's to pacify us, you feel?
Who is the head of that school?
Yeah.
Right.
You see, I know. That's like some telepathic.
That's the Who's the head of the school?
I know, man.
Right? Like across the board, who are the heads of these schools that we are sending our children to, Afrocentric schools, to learn?
And nothing's wrong, you know, I mean, based on our situation,
Nothing wrong with
where
it,
we are,
but
nothing's wrong with
it's
it.
just
But,
who's the head of that school?
and then secondly,
Mhm.
what is Afrocentric?
Yeah.
That's a new term.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's like,
Like, we're,
Yeah.
because we're,
Wow.
we're not talking about,
So now we're Afrocentric now.
we're not
That's
talking about, we're not talking about
Afrocentric.
Afrocentric. We're not talking about African school.
Mhm.
We're not talking about, you know, whatever we know.
They're not
We're talking
using it in
about
that
a whole
context.
new, no, we're talking about a new term.
Heck,
Yes.
the chief is in here.
Afri, A-F-R-I,
Freak, isn't it?
centric.
The chief is in here.
Centric.
They say, when they verbalize it,
Mhm.
they're saying Afrocentric. So mentally, you're seeing AFRIC centric, right? But it's really Afri, AFRI hyphen centric, right? But there's no such term as that in our community.
Yes.
There's nothing called Afri, right? There's Afro-Canadians,
Yeah.
you know, even though it's a fiction or whatever,
Yeah,
but just
yeah.
for lack of words, right?
Yeah.
There's Afro stuff. There's Afro whatever, right? You know? But there's nothing called Afri.
Afri.
There's nothing called Afri.
Wow.
Right? How this other broke it down, it's a Afri can trick.
Wicked.
I got a next
African-
version that does the same thing you do. You put
African
something
trick
words
school.
like
Break it
Israel,
down. Yeah.
Israel. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I know I understand it perfectly.
African trick school.
Mhm.
So it's a school where they run tricks on African
Free
people.
trick school.
Mhm. Mhm.
Remember?
African trick. Just like open sesame. Right? When you know Alibaba and 43
Yeah.
or whatever, you know, open sesame,
Yeah.
right? Open sesame is not the term. The term is open sesame.
I only knew Open Sesame like as a little kid, like, you know, like in the, you know, like Open
Yeah.
Sesame.
Right.
Yeah.
But open sesame is open says me, not open sesame. Open says me, because I'm the person that set this up.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
So open says me.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the guy. Okay, so open.
In reality, you
Yeah.
know, physically.
Mhm.
When you say the sesame thing, it's like an imaginary, like.
Right, yeah, it's not.
exactly.
Yeah,
You gotta really see
it's
Mickey Mouse come by or
exactly.
something.
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to
it's
do
like-
the little finger thing and then
Yeah.
like this, you know. Yeah, you know, right? But open says me,
Mm-hmm.
right? Sesame is a seed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Sesame.
That's
There's
right.
nothing but that's not gonna, you know what I mean? But these are the spells that they do with words, right? So they say, they say Afrocentric school.
It's a
right?
relatively new
Nobody
word.
even picks up on that being a fraud.
Mhm.
Secondly, it's a school in a school that's already existing already. How's that an Afrocentric school when we're in the Afrocentric school in this room, and then the next room is public school people that they're not wearing dashikis or nothing, and they're just walking around like everybody else, and we think that we have something,
As I said, who's running the school?
you know?
You know what? For a minute, I was like, that's a good move. But now when I really think about it, it's like we gotta teach the kids. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we're the teachers.
Mhm.
Can't depend on these like these people and like these buildings and saying this and bring your kid to this place. You know, you can't
Straight.
depend on them.
You can't.
gotta do the
We
knowledge.
can't. If we're not doing it ourselves,
Yeah.
right? If we're not doing it ourselves,
Mhm.
don't expect too much.
Like, is a Jewish-centric school in the public schools?
No, they got Jewish schools.
Right.
Is Islam-centric school in the
They
school
don't.
system?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
They got Croatian schools.
Yeah, and when we look at the timeline,
mhm.
we came here before everybody.
Yeah, we're the original man.
So how are we here before everybody, but everybody comes after us?
That's what I don't
and they
get.
have more stuff
But that's what I don't get.
because we call ourselves black people
Yeah.
and African and all these terms that mean nothing. So nobody is gonna take us serious.
Yeah.
And they have right not to take us serious if we're calling ourselves
My thing
African.
is, like, even when I see, okay, you see you guys wearing the hats.
Ah,
I know those hats
I have
from,
to cast a spell right there.
there you know,
It's
since
not a
like
hat.
even they took that.
It's not a hat, it's a fez.
Okay, the fez, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no bad, just cast a spell.
But the thing is, I used to see the fezzes,
Mhm.
right? As when I was little, I used to go to Shrine Circus. This probably should tell you something.
Well,
I used to
well,
Shrine
you know
Circus,
what?
you know what I mean? And I remember I had one of those fezzes, and I used to like I wore it, but I never liked it because it had this S on it. You know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, it's cool when you're a little kid to give you little gifts and whatever, right? And then when I did, you know, as I got older and I started understanding the shrines and where that's derived from, and now that I'm seeing fez,
It's a good point
you know
though.
what I mean? It's like,
For instance, if you look at the Shriners
yeah,
and you see
they got the tail and all that.
okay, but if you see the sword over a head, whose head is that sword over?
I don't know.
Your head.
Whose head is that sword over?
Oh, you mean that sword that's like, it has a hook on it
Yeah.
at the end?
That's right, this one right here.
Okay,
Yo, that's it right
okay, there's a head there.
Read what it says on the hat.
Okay, the fez.
It says Islam.
Islam.
On the fed. Now, who is the head the sword is over? And he was mentioning it from before, your mother. So this is for lack of a better term, a white person have a fez on with a sword over our mothers.
Over the ark.
Yeah, you got the earth and there's a star in the middle.
Okay?
Yeah.
Our mothers.
The womb.
They're honoring our mothers. Why aren't we honoring our mothers?
Right.
It's the question.
They don't really want us on the earth. They don't want us around. They're afraid.
But they can't get us off
But
there.
they can't get us.
That's what I know.
But
That's
they
what I
can't
know.
get us off the earth though.
I know because you know what I mean. Like, but it's just so weird how like just like going back to like how is it everybody else is reaping these benefits and like nearly half of us don't even know,
Yeah.
and then the others that have a sense
Same
of
thing.
knowing, and you know what I mean. Like
Go back
why?
to the same thing, because we identify ourselves with names that aren't legitimate in history.
Okay.
So if we're gonna call ourselves something that doesn't exist, that never existed, you know, like when our people say, yeah, we come from the black Egyptians, that's an impossibility. It's an impossibility that we are black Egyptians. Because the term black is a modern word
Right.
that didn't exist in ancient times. And you can't take a modern word and because you like that word, you're gonna apply it to a time when that word didn't exist. Right? That's like remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yes. Yeah, I remember
Right?
that.
Okay.
When they're in
Bill
the
and
telephone booth.
All right,
and the
right?
time and all that.
And they're
Yeah.
going in time.
Yeah.
How are you gonna go back in time to a time frame where you didn't exist? Right? Like there's gonna be a conflict if you do that from physical perspective, right? Like if Europeans only been on the planet for 6,000 years, let's say 10,000 years on a number, right?
Give him 50.
They only been, okay, we'll give them 50,000 years, right? Europeans been on the planet for 50,000 years, right? How is he gonna go into a phone booth and go back 1,000,000 years and say he's gonna go get somebody and bring them to the
Bring you
future?
back to the future. Yeah.
Right? When you didn't even exist. You know, like, they're looking at you come out the phone booth like, who are you?
Who the hell?
What is this?
Yeah.
There's nothing that looks like this anywhere in the world, because
Yeah.
we've been everywhere in the world and we've never seen anything that looks like this.
So you're saying calling ourselves black, that just wiped out our identity?
There you go.
Is it?
Why? Completely.
Complete.
That's not what we're saying.
Right?
We're going by law.
Yeah. Well, hold on though.
We're going by.
If we went to another planet and we said we're black, I think they would look at us and go, you know what? You guys don't belong here. Maybe you should go to the next planet.
Yeah, straight. Straight.
Because I'm sure on that planet over there, they're going by laws too. The laws of the universe.
Right.
Right?
Earth.
Laws of
Natural law.
Earth. Yes. So we
Gravity
can't be
never
coloring
changed.
ourselves. And as you were about to say, we're talking about coloring the law. That's probably what you're talking about.
But that's it.
So law is very important in our lives, in the history. And that's what we're not studying.
All right, I got another question here. You said, okay, remorse, and there's no quotations on that, remorse, right? What about the Mormons? Did they take that name also?
You're learning.
Right? So
Because if I say I'm a Mormon, they'll be like, oh, you're a Mormon? No, I'm a Mormon, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
a lot of people don't really know about that. So now, where does that term Mormon come from, man? Did they steal that too?
Did they steal
Looking
that?
at Black Law like things. See,
Oh,
I read
no.
that book all the time, man. Because
Did they steal that?
it's almost like I have this essay in my mind of like all the things that I learned about, you know, us, and basically you guys are just like correcting certain parts. Like you're looking over my essay, and you're like, okay, well, it's not really this. It's not this word. It's this word. You know what I mean? So.
All right.
Now I'm starting to really wonder now, like,
Right? So Mormon,
yes.
an American prophet, warrior, and historian of the 4th century AD, who was revealed to Joseph Smith as the author of a sacred history of Americas engraved on golden tablets, which Smith translated as the Book of Mormon. Read that again.
Yeah. Heavy right there.
Mormon, an American prophet warrior
Yeah.
and historian of the 4th century AD, who was revealed to Joseph Smith. So Joseph Smith is the guy who they say founded the Mormon church. All right? Mormon is an American prophet warrior that revealed to this guy Joseph Smith, right, of a sacred history of the Americas.
So you had to look to somebody and then basically made a religion out of that.
No different than somebody said, hey, you know,
I'm a
this guy
Scientologist.
is Christ or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I'm going to say that, you know, well, since I got everything from him, I'm going to go around and say, Christians,
I'm gonna
and
create a group, like-
everybody join my group because, you know, this prophet called Christ, you know, gave me this information, and now I'm going to take it and go around
And
the world.
people will have pictures of this person, don't even know the dude, don't even know like where he's coming from, but it's like they praise him, and this is where that whole idol and all that stuff
Right.
comes into play.
So Mormon is not a religion. Mormon is an actual being.
People.
Mormon is actual people
Okay.
from the Americas.
Okay.
Which comes back to what you're saying, making the translation. Well, okay, well, I'm not going to say black, I'm going to say Mormon.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Mormon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's really an indigenous tribe of people on the Americas that when the Europeans came here, they were interacting with these people, and then they created all types of stuff. Right? That's how United States was founded. Because the Pilgrims came here, they met with the people that were already here, and then they helped them found a government for themselves because they were trying to escape Europe. Or,
Really trying to spread the business of slaves also, like, you know, that whole like Christopher Columbus, how they say he discovered whatever, but he was basically like a businessman, right? Sent by the Europeans, like, okay, business is good over here, like we're getting free labor, we're making money off the cotton, whatever. And then so they sent him over, and then to spread, to show like these Western white people, like, hey, yo, you know, like slaves are, you know, I got like some slaves, and you bring some over for this amount, and then they'll do this stuff for you for nothing, and you'll make all the benefits. You know.
remember,
So is that
when we say Christopher Columbus, we're talking about 1492.
okay? Okay. See, now I'm connected. It's connected dots
Slavery
now.
didn't even start yet
Okay. All
in the
right.
Americas
All right.
in 1492. There was none of that even going on.
All
They
right.
just touched here when they said he came here.
Okay, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
The idea of slavery didn't start till like 1600s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're talking 200 years before actual us being enslaved in this land. He came here.
And these people that like created these slave businesses like to sell, you know, us or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like to say that. You know, they were merchants,
Right.
And they spread this idea from like I was saying to my cousin still like one of the original slave masters were Arabics,
Right.
And then it was like an order, it went in order, like Arabics, and they spread like, hey, yo, I can sell to them. They went to, who's the second? They're Spaniards or something, or then they went to the Italians,
Right.
and then, you know what I mean? Like, so they passed on this business, and they'd have a merchant in every different spot, you know? So it was just mind-boggling. You know what I mean? And then that whole transatlantic slave trade now, you know what I mean? And then it's like,
How much was the transatlantic slave trade again?
how much was it?
How many people?
Oh, you can't even like, they try to say 80 million, some people say 6 million. There's people dying while they were even getting there, you know what I mean? Like they're throwing up on their own, they're dying off of their own, like, you know?
Okay, let's do the knowledge on
Yeah,
those
well,
numbers.
But before we do the numbers on that, right?
More than the Holocaust,
Let's go back to what you were saying about the order of the slave masters, right?
Yeah.
We're saying the Arabs were the first people,
Yeah.
right? All right. Arab, a native or inhabitant of Arabia. Any of a Semitic people originally from Arabia, but later widely scattered throughout the Near East, Arabian Peninsula, and North Africa.
North Africa.
Right? Okay, so
Yes.
if the first slave masters were Arabic, right, or Arabians, right,
Yes.
and Arabs come from North Africa,
Yes.
who were the first slave masters?
North Africans.
Then who are North Africans?
You know,
Are those Europeans?
And there's a lot of racism going on over there. Like they still have like certain like that slavery business still is
Yeah.
still apparent right now.
But who are the North
Who are the
Africans?
North Africans?
Who are African people?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
I'm trying to connect it. So
Yeah.
I want to say like what you
African people are us,
yeah yeah
right? Okay?
Yeah, so.
Now, keep in mind, right? Moor, one of a Muslim people of mixed Berber and Arab descent, now living chiefly in northern Africa. One of the Saracens who invaded Spain in the 8th century AD, probably of North African origin. So what they did in history is they created all these terms, right? And just put them in different books, different authors or whatever, right? In order to dilute the story of the Moors. So they stop saying the word Moor and they start saying Muslim, Berber, Arab, Saracen, African, Black, Negro, colored, whatever, right?
Afrocentric.
But stop saying Moor. But when they say Arab, Muslim, Berber, Saracen, Black, whatever, they're talking about Moors. But if they say Moors, the only way that we can be enslaved is if they get more out of our mind. Because they can't take the Moors off the planet. It's an impossibility. You're not gonna get rid of all the quote-unquote black people. You know, for the KKK, whatever people that see this and they're to white supremacy and we're gonna kill niggers and all that. Like, or you might kill a couple hundred, but you know, like your work is futile. You know, no different than on the plantation, right? That you know, and they talk about this in Django too. How come the slaves just don't kill us all? We're outnumbered 500 to 1. If we're saying that they brought 80 million of us over here, right? Okay, so they brought 80 million of us over here.
And that was off of I read that off of an American civilization.
Right? Okay, so they brought 80 million of us over here, right? And all those 80 million people are scattered in all these different slave plantations that has one slave master that's running. And then everybody else that works for the slave master looks like us, which is the sellouts that we're talking about, that they use to keep us enslaved. We still outnumber them, 500 to 5.
We can turn on them too.
Yeah, oh yeah. So how come we didn't turn on them?
What is
Like,
it? Yeah,
how come-
that's what I'm saying. What is it
Right.
that's keeping, like if I look at Puff Daddy or I look at all these other dudes that I grew up listening to, even, you know what I mean? Like, all they're doing is doing the same thing that a white guy's doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they're just basically, they're not even just exploiting, they're raping their own people. You know? The image, they don't even need, they just need them for a certain period of time and then they just use the image.
Right.
And that's it.
And then they get rid of them.
Then you wonder, where is that guy? What happened to that person? Like,
Yeah.
you know, he was making millions, but he wasn't making millions. Puffy was making millions.
Right.
You know, everybody else was reaping the benefits that the music industry was making.
The perfect example is look at the sports industry, right?
Oh, yeah.
We have majority of the people use NBA because they watch ball or whatever, right? All those guys in the NBA could put their money together and start their own league.
Wow.
Think about
And not have to worry about
True.
David Stern says, oh, you gotta wear suits to the game and you know you can't wear jumpsuits and you know what I mean, you can't wear headbands, Nike logos on it or whatever. You could say, okay, forget you, buddy.
Starting our own league.
We start our own league. And we don't have to hear nothing from you guys. And people support that faster than they support the league that's going on right now.
So basically, Jordan is pretty much on that. You think he's along that path, or he's
But he
using
done
little
took-
elements?
He done took checks. You know what I mean? He took checks from college. He took checks. You know, right? Yeah, he's good. You know what I mean? One of the best, but he took checks. Majority of those guys took checks, right? But again, the point of it is they don't know themselves. If they knew themselves, they would have their own league. If I'm a European and I can pay all you 50 million a year for 10 years, how much money am I making? If I can pay each individual 50 million over a 10-year period,
Wow, it's a lot of money.
and I'm one individual, right? European, you know, wrinkle up in the back. I don't even play basketball. I could care less about basketball,
Yeah.
but you know, I know Nearest could jump. They could shoot that orange thing. They could run fast, and you know what I mean. They could bring another 80 million people to come in here at you know $5 for 2 popcorns, right? $80 for a beer, and people are gonna spend that. You know, why not rape these people? If you're stupid enough to go to the game and pay $10 for a bottle of beer,
Yeah.
and you could sit at your house with a big screen
HD.
or 5-foot screen or internet
Whichever,
or whatever, right?
Get a
For
six-pack.
free, and get a 6-pack for $10. You deserve to get raped.
Yeah.
And it's not that guy's fault when, you know, the game sucks or,
Your team
you know,
loses.
your team loses or whatever, you know, man gets injured. Like, you know, like the thing now is, how come Miami Heat's not getting injured?
Oh,
And that's the thing right now. How come every team right now, somebody's injured? And then these guys on this team that, you know, they put together, you know, and then you know, the foundation of that is this guy from this city who left this team to go on that team, right? that team's not injured. Everybody's in like top shape. Like how come? How come you guys getting injured? Man's blowing out their knee. Man, even Kobe got injured. Kobe doesn't get injured.
Right.
Like he doesn't get injured. Even that guy got injured. So either they have big witchcraft hex that they're running on all the other teams, or those guys bought the NBA.
Straight good.
Lock, stock, and barrel bought the NBA. Bought refs, bought other teams' coaches, right? Because like, you know, if you are talking about, you know, 27 wins straight, there's no reason that you can't win all the rest of it. Like if you won 27 games, you beat almost every team.
Yeah.
And then you just lose to Chicago.
Like Milwaukee or
That
something.
doesn't have Derrick Rose on their team because he's injured. How come he's injured? That guy was going to be the next best point guard in the league.
Yes.
How come he got injured? And his injury is one day he's not coming back.
Wow.
He's done.
He must have got a big paycheck.
Yeah, like, he's done. Right?
Well, he can come back, but he's not going to be the
He's
same.
not gonna be the
That's
same.
the
Not gonna be the
same.
same.
No way. No way. You know what I mean? And you know, all of that has to do, you know, with everything that we're talking about our people not knowing themselves, about our people taking the position of being an agent for the ones that are trying to enslave and not stepping up and doing what they're supposed to do in order to assist, right? You think, Amari Stoudemire, he's Hebrew. He's Hebrew. He goes to Israel. Carmelo Anthony's Nation of Gods and Earths.
You hear
He's
about
not,
that?
he's not
You know,
dumb black
Yeah.
guy,
So he's right on schedule. He's keep shit on the origins.
right?
Yeah,
They know that it's not about ball.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You know what I mean? They know it's about knowledge of self. You know, Sammy Davis Jr. This guy used to walk around with a Star of David necklace.
He's Jewish.
He's a black Jew.
Like, you know, they know what's up, right? But once you take checks, you know,
So you think Whoopi did that too?
The
But
lips.
she's black Jewish too.
zip the lips. If you took a check, if you got a handout, you can't talk about certain stuff. You know, but then you have somebody like Shaq coming out, right? And then he's showing off his Mason ring on NBA TV. On NBA TV. Everybody was talking about it.
Wow.
Wait, what did
Nah,
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
That's unheard
These
of.
guys are on national
Well, Google
TV,
it if you want.
and he's sitting there talking about how he's a Mason, and Barkley's joking about it, and all these guys, oh yeah, you know, this guy's a Mason now, and blah blah. And he's showing off his ring and all this stuff on national TV, and that's just over everyone,
How big was that?
shame, man.
right? How big was that?
Huge.
Like this is national TV,
Mhm.
NBA TV, where everybody watches.
That's amazing. Because forget about Shaq, the big celebrity. And let's look before that. You wouldn't see anybody on TV wearing a fez.
Yeah,
You would never see anybody or Mason.
Go with a ring or whatever. Yeah.
right.
Or even if you did see it, you wouldn't know what the hell it is. And they're not talking about it.
But then again, like newer Masons, they don't have the full degrees of knowledge anyway.
Yeah, they're being lied to by higher than
like,
Masons.
they're being,
So on and
they're
so
just
on.
they're being dumbed down just as much as the black people are right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, I'm a Mason. Okay, I get away with this. I get away with that. But okay, that's all the knowledge you're getting. You're not going to get the true knowledge.
But Shaq's not, he's not a black Mason. He's a Mason of the other 33-degree Masons.
No, but-
Of those
Like,
Masons.
okay,
But
but like
you're a
just like
Mason,
what
you're
you're
a black
saying,
Mason.
right?
Mm.
If you're
Yeah.
quote unquote
No.
black,
Yeah.
right? If
Yes.
you're a quote unquote black person, then you could only belong to the Black Lodge because they're not going to let you into the other ones.
Yeah.
And that's coming from individuals who I know personally are black Masons,
Yes.
quote unquote,
Yeah.
right? That came onto Moorish science, so that means they gave up their black Mason status, so now they can talk about certain stuff, right? And they're straight giving it up that the black guys don't know anything. All it is come to the lodge, drink,
Have fun.
talk shit.
Yeah, meet
You know what I
people.
meet some people,
Church.
but they're not getting no
Yeah.
knowledge or nothing like that. They're not getting no secret handshakes and whatever. It's just a club that day, alumni.
Yeah.
They're
That's
pretending.
it. They're just pretending.
Fraternity,
Yeah, fraternity.
Yeah,
That's all it
that's
is,
all it is.
right? So yeah, he's gonna pose up because it's the same symbology that the black Masons use. It's the same imagery, but it's not what we think it is when they say Masonry. They're just in a little box in a corner, and we just put all the black guys who want to be involved with that in that corner, for example, right? Who's this guy?
Elijah.
Have you ever seen that before?
Elijah Muhammad.
What's Elijah Muhammad doing with a fez on? How come NOI isn't wearing fezzes right now? This is the founder of Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
How come the founder of Nation of Islam has a fez on? But all the NOI that we see today, they don't wear fezzes.
No, they don't. They just have the suits and the bow tie.
Oh, okay. So what's the problem? Right?
Yeah.
What's the issue?
What is the problem still? Like,
Right? What is the issue? Because he belonged to the black lodge.
I never
Outside
see him
of
wearing the fez. I see him wearing the other hat.
Yeah.
With the moon
Right.
and the stars.
Exactly, right.
It doesn't look nothing like that.
right?
No.
But you know what the secret is? The secret is that's a fez too.
So why did he hate on? Do you feel he hated on Malcolm?
I would
Malcolm
say
was Malcolm was like one of his like main
let's
soldiers.
put it like this: real recognize real, right?
Yeah.
And if Elijah was pimping, right, and he got called out on it,
Yeah.
and Malcolm was pimping, but nobody called him out on it, then you need to get rid of somebody. Somebody has to get rid of.
Okay.
You're not going to get rid of the founder,
Right.
That's true. That's
You're not
true.
gonna
That's
get rid of
true.
the
That's
founder.
true. Okay.
right?
He has nothing to do
and
with
on top of that, Malcolm found out that all these guys were members of the Moorish Science Temple, founded by Noble Drew Ali, right?
So, because I read that. I have
And
the
Malcolm
book.
has a big mouth.
I have Malcolm's book. Like I read it out, like the Alex Haley version.
Right.
I read that all the time. It's one of my favorite books. And he talks about masonry. Like his sister basically brought him into that when he was in jail. She was basically telling him about just the history of the black man and what he has to go through and all that. So it's like it makes. So it all goes back to.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while for me to remember this dude's name. Leader.
Who? The Drew?
Yeah.
Noble Drew Ali.
So it all goes back. It all dates back to him.
Everything,
Everything.
right?
Because Elijah Muhammad came out of the Moorish Science Temple from the fort.
Where is this Moorish Science Temple?
Well, there's one in Toronto right now, Toronto Territory, 1704 Eglinton Avenue.
Okay.
Eglinton Avenue West. Then one of the first ones that got started was out in Chicago,
Mecca.
in Mecca.
Okay.
Then you have some in New Jersey. You have Moorish Science
Temples
Temples
all over.
in New York. You have Moorish Science Temples in Philadelphia. You have Moorish Science Temple Atlanta, Florida, Mississippi, North Carolina, where Noble Drew Ali was born. South Carolina, there's Moorish Science Temples everywhere.
Does it play the umbrella for masonry? Or it is in one, or the
Well-
Masons take the design of the Mormonism to create, to be what they are right
Here's
now?
a question. Who is a Mason? And what does Mason mean?
Mason means craft.
Okay.
You know, you take
Separate the word ma son now.
Okay, now we're going in uncharted territory. My son,
My son.
mother's son.
Okay, so who's a real Mason?
Okay.
I'm just.
You did that,
I
you did
could
that
do
telepathic stuff again. I know what you're saying now.
I mean, I could go into it much deeper than that, but
Yeah.
I just want to convey to you so that you could see who the real Masons is.
And then recognize that when they recognize that how they hide stuff from us is in plain sight.
Forgot to
You
talk.
ever heard the term hidden in plain sight?
Oh, wow, I had one
Yeah,
last
the
night.
US
I had
dollar.
one on
Yeah,
last night.
right.
Have you used that one?
The symbol on the US dollar.
Yeah.
Yes,
You have one on?
No, I don't.
Hidden in plain
mine is
sight.
in my conveyance right now.
Right.
Yeah, hidden in plain sight.
That
So-
a Mason is a son of his mother. Period. Right? All the stuff with, where the fez is and go to the lodge and whatever, all that's secondary. The primary, just like we're talking about connotative and denotative. Denotative, Mason, is go to the lodge, go to the meetings, blah, blah, blah. Right? Connotative Mason is go to the lodge, whatever. Denotative Mason is son of his mother.
So that's why when he has the fez on with the sword over the mother, he knows, I'm the son of my mother. I'm a Mason. That's it. I mean, as I said, we could go deeper into it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. Still.
Right? But-
You told me a lot just by like.
So when somebody says I'm a Mason, all right, well, good. He's the son of his mother. All right, he knows. Good. Okay. So I'm a Mason too.
But what bothers me with the 33rd degree ones, like those, like, the white Masons, like when you go to the York Rite Temple in the States, I believe, they showed in the temple African stuff. Like everything is African apparel, like statues, everything.
All
Like,
right. So then what are they telling you?
Let's bring up the mother.
why did he? Okay,
So then
why
what are
did
they
he?
telling you?
Yeah, but why? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing that they say we're the most loved and we're the most hated. It's like you don't like us,
Well,
but
again,
But that's the
Again,
question.
right? We're the most hated because we're the most hated only when we call ourselves black.
Black.
Yeah.
We're not hated when we
Yeah.
be who we are.
yes.
Everybody's
Most
on
loved,
you.
but the most hated. I always say that.
Yeah.
I always put it in
But
the
the
same term.
most hated
Mhm.
isn't in connection to the Moors. Most hated is the connection to after the Moors, and we call ourselves all these other names
Yeah.
that we're not.
That's
That's why we're the most hated.
See, that's the
Because we
trickery.
don't want to be ourselves.
Yeah, that's the trickery of it.
yes.
Like you just mentioned that they have black things
Yeah.
everywhere,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
these are white people. So how come there's no white things everywhere?
because it's like.
But
you
yeah,
hate
we
the
have in
someone.
our home, we have white Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right? We have white statues,
Mhm.
white
So,
paintings
yeah.
of a man on a horse, whatever.
So it's like okay,
Yeah.
if they have this big problem with us, why do you always keep taking our stuff and using our stuff and then selling it and putting your brand and then saying that it came from you and then you want us to wear it and then you're waiting for the next style that we
I'll
come
be
up with?
rude
You know,
because
you know,
it's black
Hell
people.
yeah.
That makes sense.
Black people.
We don't know.
You do anything you want with a black person.
Yeah,
Anything.
Anything.
it's a misnomer.
But again, okay, but think about it like this now.
You're dead.
If you go to, okay, let's use school for example, right?
Okay.
So we go to school, right? We have math class, English class, science class, gym, whatever. We get our credits, and now we're done school,
Yeah.
right? Then we go to university and we get, we go to university, college, whatever, we get our degree. Okay, now we're done school, right? Okay, all that knowledge that we got, that somebody else taught us, isn't that ours now? For us to go out and do whatever it is that we're supposed to do with it, since it was taught to us?
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing with masonry and masons. We taught them, and now they're taking what we taught them, and they're ruling the planet with it. But they're only doing that because we're not using it. Because we think masonry it has to do with Illuminati and guys going in the coffin and doing all this type of stuff, and oh, we don't want to get caught up in that because that's not our culture. They got fezzes on. Why isn't that our culture?
It's your culture.
Fezes come from Fez. City called Fez is where the Fez comes from. And the city called Fez is in Morocco, which is in North Africa, like we read earlier.
Changing it all the way back.
Which goes right, and which means African,
On the
Yeah.
5th edition.
right?
Like, where's Morocco too? That's the next question.
Which one? The empire or the kingdom?
Okay.
Yo, I got a lot of research.
Okay. So, where's Morocco? I don't have the 5th edition.
Like for example,
I don't
this is
know,
the
I
flag
got-
of Morocco, right?
Okay.
Why are we flying the flag of Morocco in Canada? If this is
You know-
supposed to be,
you know
if
what's-
this is
you know
supposed to be North Africa.
You know what's going on black in my mind when you ask me that? Because it's like, when I think about it, I'm thinking about the physical of a Morocco person. Like a person, like, I'm not even thinking of them as of the dark-skinned person. I normally see Morocco as just,
Exactly.
so it's like, so now I know with this whole discussion, the black is gonna get out of it. Like, so that's the reason why I can't answer your question.
No, that's fine. No. I mean, but see, that's the whole point. With asking a question.
Yes, yeah.
What's the answer? Find it.
So you're trying to tell me they stole that flag from us?
Nobody stole
No.
anything.
But we're flying that flag here.
Okay, no,
But this-
nothing has been stolen anywhere. Everything's just been hidden. Different words, like, everything's just been hidden.
And then certain individuals caught onto it.
If you're not gonna use it, somebody else will.
If you drop $100, right? You drop $100,
Yeah.
right? And you look back and you see you dropped $100, but you don't go back and get it. You just keep walking. You think somebody's gonna pick that up, come chasing you down, and go, "Yeah, you dropped $100." Maybe if they're sincere, but you know, we already know that ain't
We all
happening.
need people with money.
Especially if they saw you look back at it.
Especially, right? And you know they're watching. You know they're sitting there, they're just prying you. Just, oh, come on, don't look. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up.
Yeah.
Come on, just don't pick it up. Okay, didn't pick it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the second thing now is okay.
You are-
Who else
you gotta-
who else saw you drop it? Okay, anybody else see drop it? Okay, I'm gonna wait 5 seconds.
yeah.
If nobody runs off for it, I'm gonna go run for it.
And then you gotta do the look around,
Right?
like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah,
what
right?
is she mean?
Yeah, anybody, now is anybody watching me pick up this on me? You know what I mean, right? You know?
Okay.
It's the exact
Alright,
same
so
thing with our
so none of
culture.
this stolen, really. It's
The
just-
exact same thing with our
Not
culture.
stolen. We dropped it.
Right.
It's like our history. Our history is there. It's written. Most of our history is written. It's there for us to go and take a look at. But it's like, that was yesterday.
So you don't think we got too nice and started like teaching anybody, not realizing that some
Well,
of these
no,
people.
we didn't get two. We became nice.
Remember nice. and-
Remember nice.
Remember nice.
Ooh.
Remember nice.
Yeah,
Right?
We were never nice.
man.
became nice.
Okay. Were we too like sharing?
No, that's how we do.
Because we love to share, like we love to have our parties, we love to
Yeah.
have our barbecues, we love like bring them over.
That's how we do.
Bring them over, you know?
It's a universal thing to
So
share.
that concept comes from
Yeah.
all of these things.
Absolutely.
But it's somewhat tainted because there's always fights or there's somebody's getting shot or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well-
But other than that, the gathering itself, like the whole concept,
Yes.
it also comes from that.
Yes. Yeah.
Give and take.
Yeah.
1933, Legislative Journal, Resolution number 75. The resolution was read by the clerk as follows. In the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933, many sons and daughters of that proud and handsome race which inspired the architecture of Northern Africa and carried into Spain the influence of its artistic temperaments have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here the end of their quest for a home, and of the children of those who sojourn here who in the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here the end of their quest for a home and of the children of those who journeyed here from the plains of Morocco. This society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption by these people of these principles which are necessary to make them good American citizens. These Moorish Americans have since being here missed the use of the titles and name annexations that they were so familiar at home and which are used in accordance with the doctrines of the religious faith to which they adherents therefore be it resolved that this House recommends that the Moorish Society of Philadelphia, for the efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about a speedy and thorough Americanization of these former Moors, and that in accordance with the fullest right of religious independence guaranteed every citizen, we recognize also the right of these people to use the name affixes El or Ali or Bey or any other prefix or suffix to which they have herefore been accustomed to use, which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. On the question, will the House adopt this resolution? It was adopted May 4th, 1933. So since 1933 and before that, they've known about so-called Negro black colored people not being Negro black colored people and actually being Moors. Not only Negro black colored people, but people across the Atlantic that they call Filipinos are Moors, right?
And they know.
Because Filipinos were also they're made up of Spaniards. They more look like Spanish, you know.
But
They're Asian descent, but they took more.
Filipino, the name though.
It's a name.
How old is
Now
that?
you get to feel low key. How would we start thinking about all that
Good.
stuff? Though?
Yeah.
Like the name itself. Remember, they said. Do you have it, by the way?
Oh,
They said it themselves that we're Moros, not Filipinos.
Well,
That this is recent.
this is a
There's a lot
protest.
of Filipinos in my
This
job.
is recent.
This is a protest in the Philippines.
Mhm.
Oh, I got some
This is
culture. I
recent.
gotta do this. Whoa!
Right? If you remember, ask the Filipinos
Mhm.
about who Moros are in the Philippines. Just ask them, yo, I heard there's a Moro, what's that? And they're gonna tell you that a Moro is a Muslim that's
Mandela.
Filipino, right?
Mandela.
That is a rebel that's always fighting for his land. And this is what they're gonna tell you. And then if you ask them, what's Aita? They're gonna tell you Aita are the first people of the Philippines, and then they're gonna point to your hair and say they have hair like yours.
Yeah, because I see black, like I've seen dark Moros,
Mhm.
and I see like, because they like every different like
Mhm.
race that you see, they come from us.
Every race.
They know.
Right?
They know.
And
You
they
know,
all
the color wheel, I know about all that. You know, like the black to white. You can't go from, you
Yeah.
can't go back.
Even
Right.
Europeans are
Yeah.
Moors. Right? This is Moorish, it's called Moor's Head.
yeah.
And a Moor's Head, this is the Corsica Moor's Head. Right? And this Moor's Head is on family crest in Europe.
They
On the
rep-
low,
like
in their
family
houses,
crest.
in
Yeah.
their houses and stuff,
They,
you know?
they don't even.
But they're gonna say it to like me or you, you know what I mean?
No,
Like, they know.
We call ourselves black colored.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
black, yeah.
But if we call ourselves black, we lose
We lose.
all this.
All this.
And then they claim it.
So you're saying I'm more can be any nationality,
More
No, it comes from us, though. It comes from us, though. It comes from us, though.
anybody,
anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
More is
everybody
They come from all
is a Moor.
Everybody comes from.
They come from us. We are the only ones that have the two genes.
Progenitor.
We're the original.
We're the original man.
Right.
That's what it is.
We're the original.
Janitor.
And yeah, thanks for saying that too.
We're the only
And
ones with two genes.
don't get caught up in original man being our title. Because
Sounds like the first,
some people
like
use
the-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the original man. Well, no, we're not the original man because we're Moorish. That's just like saying, oh yeah, we're black.
Okay.
No, we're not
Okay.
black. We're not the original man. We're not Phoenicians. We're not Sumerians. We're not the galactic. We're Moors. And we just stop right there because everybody else knows, right? Right? Mr. Abdul Aziz, president of the Moors Union. This is in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
So in Sri Lanka, they have a union in Sri Lanka called the Moors Union. He doesn't look like us, but he has fez on. So he has a certain degree of knowledge by wearing that fez, and then keep in mind, right? All these people right here, they have fezzes on, but their fezzes don't look like this.
Yeah.
Right? Their fezzes don't have any markings on them. Right? Fezzes don't have any markings on them. There's a reason why
That's what I've noticed.
we don't
you know?
have these.
Yeah.
Because we're not secondary Moors. We're primary Moors.
Okay.
We're the originals.
Okay.
We taught everybody who has fezzes like this. That's why.
They took that and turned it into
Right,
style and
which
image.
they can do because it's fair. Here's the culture.
Do you think that that's right? I
We got
wouldn't do
degrees.
Sorry?
that. Do you think that would be right? That's like a you know, like a
Just remember the
that's
school
like a
example.
copy, you know what I mean? I'd rather stay with the original group. You know what I mean? And
No,
that's
but
it.
well,
It's
again,
not
too,
a
like,
group, it's.
Well, not the
that's
group, but I
thing,
mean like a movement.
Mhm.
Okay, how could I say this? Is a movement? Is
Yes,
it better than
oh,
say
absolutely.
movement?
But
Alright,
see, that's
so-
the thing in terms of what the fez really is,
Okay.
right? In terms of the marking on the fez. Why do you need to put markings on something?
so,
It's,
instead of us going instead of our children going to the Afrocentric school with dashikis and whatever, right? What if they dress like this when they were going to school? Imagine you see a group of children like this walking down the street in Toronto,
They're the Moors.
right? Opposed to dashikis and African black clothes. You know what this is doing to people's psyche who come from other places and then come here?
Yeah.
If they see this walking around, opposed to what they see now, there's going to be a whole paradigm shift, right? All these people that we say, they do it a lot in the black community, right? They do the thing of, well, the Koreans are coming here and they're taking a job because they open a hair, whatever, nail, whatever, right? And they're not giving anything back to the black community. Well, why would they?
Why would they?
Why not support no black anything around here? They don't even support black stuff in their country. Why are they going to come all the way across the Atlantic to come support some black stuff over here? Right? There's a lot more.
They're supporting all right with the hair trade, but I just wanted to speak on both the dress and the garb. It just happened to me just now. A Hindustan little girl just said, "Mom, look." And then when I went to say hi, they turned their head, right? But then the mother started smiling. You see what I mean? Because they never seen a Tachinis dress and Tachinis. They only see everybody else wearing our stuff. And they think it's their stuff when it's really our stuff. You see? We're too busy, trying to look like Peter Taylor instead of being ourselves. It's amazing. But go ahead.
Right? Like it's a
Filipino?
yeah,
Again?
right? Filipino again.
Like I'll give you a story on the Filipino. Like for instance, when I first became conscious of my nationality, I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. I went to a Catholic church. with my son was being the commune, whatever it is, and I had my fez on. Now, as I said, I really shouldn't have done it, but hey, you know, I gotta try and find out what's going on. I went in there and I was told to, you gotta take that hat off. I didn't answer because I'm not wearing no hat.
Right.
Right. So, time went on, they kept asking, please, could you do it? And it took like 3 different higher-ups to come to me and at different degrees of knowledge to say to me, okay, you're not supposed to be wearing a fez in here. I said, well, I'm a Moor. A Moor can wear a fez anywhere he wants.
Right.
Then the next level of degree came in and says, listen, you gotta leave.
Oh, wow.
I said, I don't have to leave. You're just saying that because, you're afraid of me being here.
Yeah.
Right? So I said, you know what? But at that point, everybody was looking at my family, and I said, you know what?
Yeah.
For the safety of my family,
Yeah.
I should leave.
Yeah.
So I go outside, and there were some Moros, some Filipinos outside. Young ones, middle-aged ones, and older ones. The older Moros, Filipinos, one of them, like, literally started to cry when he saw my fez. Literally started to cry.
Wow.
Because he knew what was up.
He caught the play. He sees like.
He's like,
Yeah.
he knew who I was.
Yeah.
He knew what I was. But the younger ones, like, they knew, but they haven't experienced it yet.
Yeah.
So obviously the older Moro,
Yeah,
Filipino,
they're gonna-
he experienced it.
Yeah.
But he couldn't bring it out in the open. And when nobody was looking at us, he looked at me dead in the eye and just put his fingers like this and kept crying. But he couldn't say anything because, his family's Catholic
Right.
now.
Mm.
So that's my experience with that. Like with the Moro, he knew. It's like,
Wow.
And they know,
They know.
that
mhm,
that's why Filipinos who are not Muslim or study Islam,
mhm,
they're usually Roman Catholic,
Right.
but they're never Christian
they're Christians.
Right.
because they know Christianity is a fraud. Christianity comes out of Roman Catholicism,
Mhm.
right? But they also know that the Catholics were the ones who got the Moors out of Spain during the Spanish Inquisition.
Mhm.
That's why
Mhm.
he can give them the thumbs up, but he has to do it in secret because they kill people for that.
Mhm. And he knows that.
They like they have Iron Maiden,
Mhm.
right? Iron Maiden is a thing like a human body, right?
Mhm.
And then they open it up, and then there's spikes in there,
Mm.
and then they put you in there, and then they close the thing on you.
Like, go to sleep now.
That's the stuff they used to do to people who supported the Moors after they kicked the Moors out of Spain.
The rock band took that
And
title.
the rock band took that.
Are you serious?
Right?
You probably listened to it.
Right.
I know about Iron
Yeah,
Man.
you know what Iron Maiden is. Yeah.
But you're saying the actual Iron
Yeah, well, remember,
Is
remember,
that-
right?
That's
Let's go back. Let's go back to Iron Maiden, right? Let's go back to Iron Maiden, right? What's the Iron Maiden logo?
Mm.
It's like in sharp black letters, like.
Right? Okay. And what about the imagery of the Iron Maiden? It's a man, a skeleton man,
Mm.
the man with no skin on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He don't have
Because
like
he came out
clothes
of
on
the
the body,
Iron-
but he's a skeleton. There's a
Right.
skeleton
Right.
face.
He came out of the Iron Maiden.
Word.
Okay.
He came out of the Iron Maiden. So he
Alive,
had no
but
skin,
no skin, no
but no
nothing.
skin, no nothing.
Mhm.
Right? So they call him.
And I always, and I still see,
Yeah, you
see
still
like
see it today.
white people wear these
Yeah,
shirts
yeah,
with
yeah.
the
The old
skulls
school
and all
shirt.
that.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to
Right?
know thyself. Like, if you don't know what you're really repping,
Yeah, then why are you wearing it?
why are you wearing it? But then again, knowledge. They don't know why they're wearing it. Oh,
They just know they love the music. They just know the music makes
Yeah.
them feel a
Just
certain
do it.
Feels
Or it sounds
Trend,
cool.
it's trendy,
Exactly.
or the
Yeah.
fad, or whatever.
Exactly.
Right. You know, right? So like, okay, so we're.
Which one?
Right? Now we have to ask the question now. Right? Who's real and who's fake? This is the king of Hawaii.
Islam.
This is a European nation. But look at their fezzes.
Same.
Same thing.
So who's the real Masons? This is the king of Hawaii. Hawaii is part of this land. And then this is a European Mason from Europe. Right? But both of their fezzes have Islam. But then if this guy takes his fez off, he goes to church every Sunday. But he's wearing a fez that says Islam on it. Islam's supposed to be Muslim stuff. How is this guy going to church? Because he knows Christianity is a fraud. And you could play that game. If you know about nationality and birthrights, and you know about moorish science, and the science that rules the world is moorish science. The history that rules the world is moorish history.
Okay, so now, what's the thing? Okay, what's your view with like present Muslims? Because you hear Muslims, but you don't hear more behind it. You just hear Muslim or Islam. So like, and I'm talking about the ones that are labeled as extremists.
Okay.
Or, you know what I mean? Like,
Answer that
what's your
question.
view on those?
Remember when the present president of the United States of America went to, I believe it was Egypt.
Okay.
Listen to his speech, and in his speech he mentions that our constitution were taken from the Muslim societies. Why would he say that? Now, this is over, he's over in Egypt right now.
Yeah.
But he said that our constitution was taken from Muslim society. Not word for word, but he did mention that it was
Said
taken
it
from
in
them.
those context, in that context.
Why would he say that? Over here in the United States of America, or over here in America, Almarat, the Mexican. Why would he say that?
Right? Just to add on to that, while you're thinking about that, right? We go back to dictionary. Because if you want to know what a word means, look it up. Right? Muslim. Also, Muslim, M-U-S-L-E-M. C, Muslim. One, right? C, Muslim, M-O-S-L-E-M. Two, a member of the Nation of Islam. So, Muslim, M-U-S-L-I-M, is supposed to be only a member of the Nation of Islam. That's it. Everybody else is supposed to be Muslim, M-O-S-L-E-M. Okay, so M-O-S-L-E-M, Muslim. Also, Muslim, archaic Musliman, a believer in or adherent of Islam. So all those people, like you're talking about, but you know, what's the difference between Muslim and Muslim? All those people who call themselves Muslim should be calling themselves Muslim. Right? They're not supposed to be calling themselves Muslim because a Muslim is only a member of the Nation of Islam. Right? Usage. Muslim is the form predominantly preferred in journalism and proper usage. Muslim is preferred by scholars and by English-speaking adherents of Islam. It is considered the only correct form by members of the Nation of Islam. Right?
So there's a thin line between Muslim
Very
and Muslim.
thin line.
So more is with the Muslim,
Right,
and Muslims are just with Muslims.
right.
Okay. Is that good or is that bad?
Wow.
One is real.
One's real and one's, well, I don't want to say one's fake.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
that's what it is. One's real.
one's an assimilation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
One is true and false. It's like
Yeah.
you don't grade that line. It's like it's either it is or it isn't.
Okay.
Like, for example, one's a belief.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Like, you can be in belief, you can
Great.
So, in terms of when I just mentioned with the president, that when he mentioned that, you know, we took most of all the
Yeah,
Constitution.
you still got me
Okay.
with that.
Well, basically in our Holy Quran, right? We'll show you Temple of Science. In here, this is in the last chapter. Sorry, no, it's 47th chapter. It states in here, the Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. So remember when we mentioned before, where is Morocco? Which Morocco? You said Kingdom of Morocco.
This is what they're talking about.
You said the Kingdom of Morocco or the Empire of Morocco. So in here now, it states, they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. Now, where is the Moroccan Empire?
That I don't know.
Right, so Morocco's right here. Right? And then Canaan and all that would be like this area, right? Iran, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, right? Iraq, Saudi Arabia, all that's Canaan, right? So they're saying that they sojourned from Canaan, right? Seeking new homes. And they went to the pharaohs of Egypt, which is right here,
To get permission.
to get permission, right? In order to settle or inhabit the Moroccan Empire, right? But what we have to do is we have to eliminate this right here, and we have to fit this in this space right here like a puzzle.
Oh, yeah, see that?
Yeah,
I know the land was all one at one point, you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah,
So when they sojourn from Canaan
yeah.
to inhabit the Moroccan Empire, which is all this, right? And including this, right? When it goes later on, right? You'll see that it's them, this is just traveling, you know, they just walk here.
You walked over there.
There's no boats or no planes to go to Africa, 5-hour plane flight and all that. You just walk from here, okay, you know, you go to Egypt, okay, where can we go? You know, we're looking for some land or whatever, where can we go? Well, you can go to the Moroccan Empire. Where's that? Over there, okay, and then they just go
Over there, yeah.
And then when these people went over here, right, Cataclysm happened that caused the Great Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, the cataclysmic event.
The cataclysmic
Yeah,
event
yeah,
or
yeah.
events that happened
different events.
that caused this Atlantic Ocean
So,
or for the land to separate and there be an Atlantic Ocean.
and only God knows those reasons.
Those cataclysms,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
and it's gonna, you know, as we read that chapter,
Okay.
right? We're gonna play it out pictorially
Okay,
as he's
so
reading it, so
here it is.
we can get a.
So this was verse 6. Now here's 7. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa.
So northeast, right? Northeast Africa, right?
Okay. And then southwest Africa,
So southwest,
across Great Atlantis.
right? Now, Atlantic Ocean comes from the fact that there was a landmass here called Atlantis. And the cataclysm sunk that. And the only remnants left of Atlantis is these islands right here.
And then they
That's
and then
called
they try,
Caribbean.
and then they try to make they try to sell to us Atlantis is like some kind of myth. Like
Right,
that,
exactly.
The city of Atlantis.
Right,
Like
right.
It's sunk. We don't know where it is. Like it's there, but
But we don't know
it's
where.
a story though.
Right.
We don't know if it really happened. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right?
And if you go on, it says even onto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. Okay?
So so the Atlantic was basically like a main, it was like a main way for, you know, like how you have the 401, or the Trans-Canada Highway?
Right.
The Atlantic is actually like a place where, or not a place, but it's like a, that's where you, that's the spot where you use to transfer.
Right. Because
Human trafficking.
because
like that.
because of the cataclysms, right?
Yes.
What happened is that from southeast to from southwest to northwest, right? There's these things called we call it meridians,
Okay.
right? But it's like conveyor belts in the ocean.
Okay.
That once you put the boat in, you're automatically going to go there. You don't even have to sail or do nothing. You just put the boat in the water and it's automatically just going to take you,
Where's it taking?
right? Based on the time of year that you decide to travel.
So Africa in itself was used as a port.
Right. That's why all the ports are on the
On the
northern.
Meridian. Oh. Okay.
So this is a 10,000-year history you're talking.
Yeah, like even,
Well, no,
maybe
not
even
so
more
much.
than that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
More than that.
yeah, right? Very extended history, right? Which includes all the dark-skinned people, because remember, when we talk about, now for example, right? They say the continents, right? America, South, Central, North, right? They say Asia, which is pretty much all this, right? They say Africa, which is this, right? And they say Europe, which is in here somewhere.
Bunch of islands up in there.
So how is this a continent when it's connected to this right here? And how is this a separate continent when it's connected to all this?
And how is that a continent? North, South, and Central, when it's all connected in one line.
Yeah, it's one continent.
It's one continent.
Just like the Middle East, there is no Middle East.
Right, Middle East. That's
Yeah, right?
But that's,
Wow, bro, that's true. I'm looking right at it.
Yeah.
So where's the Middle West? Like,
You know what I'm
where are
saying?
you gonna find that?
but that's a way to also, psychology, to disassociate yourself to the Asiatics that are really the rightful heirs of the wealth of the land.
Because remember, right, Noble Drew Ali is making the statement that the inhabitation of the Canaanites, who were the first people, right? Because, you know, when we put all this together, right, when we bring all this together right here, right? And when we make this a ball, right? Like that's the central point of the landmass. Right? If we wrap this around like this, right? The central point of the landmass is where Canaan is.
Right,
So that's where the first people are.
right.
And the people who are inhabiting here, all this wasn't even inhabited before the Egyptian. Now, this is another thing that
It looks like the same world. It looks like the same world.
it's this, exactly.
It's like, now I see why, because I remember in the Western Civil, they were trying to restore, because you know you have the old York and the New York, like New England and Old England,
Right,
like they're
right.
trying to it's like they're trying to restore
Exactly.
whatever, but with their own little twist.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This is why also that the sun never rises or sets on the British Empire. If you heard that statement.
No,
The sun never rises or sets on the British Empire because anything that says empire is related to the Moors.
Right. It'll never set
So
up.
what
Wow.
the British Empire is really the Moorish Empire.
Right.
Because the Britons or the Europeans, they inherited what we gave up.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to be African. But when you look at this map, it doesn't say Africa nowhere in here.
And he
Like
made-
this landmass, there's
Yeah.
nowhere on this landmass called Africa. Right? That's how you know the continent of Africa is a fraud. Because there can't be a continent of Africa if it's not mentioned anywhere,
Yeah.
right?
Not even a country in there.
You know? There's not even a country in here relative to that. And the only place that is really Africa is the northern part, right? Which if you get an old enough map, it'll show you that this portion right here, Sahara, Mauritania, Sahara, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt. That's Africa.
And that was because,
That was because that this portion was conquered by Scipio Africanus, who was a Roman from up here that fought Hannibal Barca, and defeated the Moors, and all these territories were called Africa in honor of him because
his name,
all this was part of the Carthage Empire at one time. And when they conquered Hannibal, you know, like once you get conquered, your land gets taken over.
Just like they did in Guyana.
Exactly.
You got French, this, Dutch, that, and
Exactly.
British.
Right?
yeah.
Just like they did to India,
Yeah.
Pakistan. Pakistan, India is still it's all
Right?
India.
No, and then a good thing too that you mentioned Guyana, right? Everybody talks about Guyana is Caribbean when Guyana is in South America,
Yeah, so-called South America.
right? And
That was used as a port too, Guyana.
right,
Yeah.
and I'm from Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago's right here, and from Trinidad and Tobago we can see Venezuela. With you could just look over there and you can see it.
Yeah.
So obviously, this land, these islands right here, are actually remnants of
Right.
something that used to be here, that was connected,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
that was
saying.
connected to this side of the hemisphere.
Like Brazil even looks like a reflection of Africa.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Right.
I never really noticed that until now.
Right.
It's like it's
Look at
a
the size.
composite, but one's bigger than the other.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Look at the size of.
There was something else there to read on.
Yeah. Look at the size of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their inhabitation. Yeah, read the inhabitation part again.
Okay, so yeah, the dominion inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis, even onto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean.
Now, from north, east, and southwest Africa, right? Across the Great Atlantis. So that means that even the people who claim that they were brought over here on a slave ship, right? They also have a claim to this side of the hemisphere. They don't have to go back to Africa.
No, you're already here. You're already here.
Because the inhabitation of the people go from this side of the continent across the Great Atlantis onto the Moroccan Empire.
So wait, a lot, but you see what I noticed too? A lot of, see, this brings me back to what you call like one of the greatest and evilest white men, Hitler. He tried to do that. A lot of guys tried to restore, they tried to restore all of these kind of things. You know what I mean?
Right? Okay.
They all tried to restore this power. They all thought that they could restore the power.
Okay. Now, talking about Hitler, right?
Mess him up now.
Let's talk about Hitler for a bit, right?
Well, 'cause I read a couple of, I read his diary or whatever, and all he really wanted to be was an artist, and because he didn't become an artist.
Who was it that Hitler was killing?
He was killing Jewish people, he was
Alright.
killing,
Okay, right?
Yeah.
Jewish people, right? Okay. Nationality. The status of belonging to a particular nation by origin, birth, or naturalization. 2, a people having common origins or traditions and constituting or being considered to constitute a nation. Existence as a political autonomous entity, the status of a nation. 4, national character. Nationalize, to convert from private to governmental ownership and control, to make national in character, to accept as a citizen or national, right? Now, we're not even discrediting the mass murder or whatever that happened to those people. But we have to understand why that happened to those people. It wasn't just, he was just doing that just because, you know, he just wanted to kill these people because, you know, they were trying to bring in Aryan race or whatever like that, right? Hitler.
One second. In law, let me extension of what he's saying. In law, when we just mentioned the word Jews, like the nationality in law is that quality or character which arises from the fact of a person's belonging to a nation or state. Nationality determines the political status of the individual, especially with reference to allegiances, while domicile determines his civil status. Nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization. According to Savigny, nationality is also used as opposed to territoriality for the purpose of distinguishing the case of a nation having no national territory, the Jews.
There you go, right in the book.
In
No
law.
nation
In the
or
national
No
territory.
national territory. The Jews. For example, the Jews.
Right, so how
I
come?
just want to put the word in right before I say, because it might sound a little ignorant. So a Jewish person is not, so Jewish, there's no such thing as a Jewish?
Exactly.
See, I didn't want to say it, but
Why?
that's what it is.
But
Why?
where's their
Because-
nation right now?
Where is it?
Where is their nation?
There is no nation.
Right.
Right.
The so-called nation of the Jews, which is Israel, is really in Palestine.
Yes. And
So where does this whole war with that Jerusalem, like the Jerusalem and like, what are they fighting over? They're fighting.
But again,
The Moorish
the
Gate.
whole perspective, right? The whole perspective of the Jews, right?
Yeah.
The Jews claim that their holy land is Israel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the Jews' holy land is Israel, what's Jerusalem for? If that's a holy land.
And these are two different places, right? Jerusalem is Jerusalem in reality.
Right?
Israel is.
And Israel is Israel.
And Palestine's in what?
And Palestine is the broader perspective
Yeah.
that they eliminated in order for the Jews to have a home.
Yes. And
Because the Jews were using the fact that Hitler did whatever to them for them to actually find they need somewhere to call their land. Right?
And the word Jew itself is a degree of knowledge. This has nothing to do with a complexion or status. It's just the knowledge, and this is why they're pretending to be Asiatics. Connects them to the land so they can act like
Whatever they're acting like right now.
this is their inheritance.
Like Chelsea
right?
Lately and all these other people.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they, you know,
And then we
that.
start believing that these are real nationalities when they're this degrees of knowledge. And it's your ancient foremothers and forefathers' knowledge, that's why these people can go from, where the brother's saying, to travel to these places and act like it's theirs. And people start to believe it's theirs because they don't know knowledge of self.
Right? So when we go back to, right? When we go back to the map, right? We have Germany, right? Germany right here, right? That's the hub of the Nazis. All right. And Hitler nationalized Germany when he became the head. And he made a national, he made a national statement called, right? In order to be down with that, you have to be down with Germany. So they went around, we went all around, right? We went to Austria, and everybody came on board. Then we went Hungary, and then some people were like, well, I don't know, because, you know, We went to Poland, some people were like, I don't know, whatever. You know, we're not gonna be down with that, we're gonna be Jews.
Using the Hindu symbol,
Right.
the swastika,
Right.
and he reversed it.
Yeah, right? So he has the Hindu swastika,
Yeah,
which
reversed,
which
yeah.
comes from over here, right?
Yeah,
Because remember, like the free white man,
yes,
Aryan
yes.
is not white people, right? So Hitler, when he nationalized Germany, right?
Yeah,
He said that in order for you to be German, or in order for you to have any type of claim to Germany, you must claim to be German, right? Some people didn't want to be German because they saw Hitler as an evil guy and he's going around the world causing wars and he's going to attack all these people, whatever. So what did Hitler do? Hitler said, okay, fine. If you're not going to be German, there's a factory over there, right? Like what the Taj says, right? Factory over there, you're going to work in that factory. And then they lined up people and they sent them to work in that factory. And then nobody came home.
Consider it, that's it.
Nobody came home. Right? All they had was just holes with bodies coming out that factory.
But he couldn't do that without,
I know.
and then, you know what, I think this is coming back to the Moor and all that stuff and the Hindu. So, because like, what I read about the swastika now, he stole that from Hindu. And it's reversed, and the swastika means the black sun, and then the one that's, like when you reverse it back, it just it's defined as the sun, and when you put the swastikas together, it creates a cube.
Right.
Or a chessboard.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that goes into a whole nother realm of like, that's the Masonic,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Like
Right.
that chessboard, right?
Yeah.
And then the chessboard represents that whole life that we're all playing. You know what I mean? The pawns and the, you know? So it's
Does
like,
that sound like
Like
war?
chess.
Does that sound like war? Does that chessboard sound like war?
yeah, it does.
Well, we're at war. We're basically prisoners of war.
Right? So Hitler, he didn't do anything wrong. He nationalized the country. Right? And in nationalizing the country, you have to proclaim your nationality. Same thing that Noble Drew Ali did. Noble Drew Ali came and said, you're not Negro black colored, you're Moors. Proclaim your nationality. Those people who don't proclaim their nationality, right, and want to be Negro black colored, etc., they fall under a document called King Alfred Plan, right? So King Alfred Plan is the executive order authorized October 1969 to counteract the minority, blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites, in their rise up from under the depression and powers that be. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna do this part first, right? So what they said in the Zero Committee report by the Secretary of Defense, they said that survey shows that during a 6-year period, production created 9 million objects, which are people, or 1,500,000 each year. Production could not dispose of the containers, which proved a bottleneck. Right? However, that was almost 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, from 1969, which is 49, which is during the time of the Jews, Hitler, or whatever, they were putting people in factories and then they had evidence left over that they were doing mass depopulation, right? But they were doing depopulation because these people didn't want to claim their heritage. They wanted, instead of being Polish, which is part of Germany, and Ukrainian, which is part of Germany, and Hungarian, which is part of Germany, they wanted to be Jews.
Yeah, and that's why he enslaved Polish people.
Which is a fraud, because you can't be, a religion can't be your nationality. Right? So because they were running a fraud, they said, okay, we're going to exterminate these people because you obviously have no political tie to anybody, you're stateless, so we're going to exterminate you. In exterminating them, the production could not dispose of the containers' bodies, which proved a bottleneck. Right? So like, everybody knows what a bottleneck is. you know, clogging the system, right? So, however, that was almost 20 years ago. So we suggest that vaporization techniques be employed to overcome the production problems, or the bottleneck problem, inherent in King Alfred. So when they start exterminating these people called Negro, black, colored people, or quote unquote the minority, they're not going for the Hitler
It failed.
position. That failed
Yeah.
miserably. Because now they have all these bodies or whatever that were left over, evidence that they were doing depopulation. So in order to counteract that problem, they're going to use vaporization techniques in order to get rid of these stateless people who are serving they're serving no purpose to humanity, because humanity is moving from an industrial era to a technological era.
That's what they call the Industrial Revolution.
Right, so when you move from industrial, which is hammer, get people to work in the factory, to technological, where, you know, like Taj says, cars have brains now. You can't just go lift the hood and just change the light bulb. You have to go take it into the dealership
Hook it up.
to change a light bulb. Because the light bulb's behind the thing that goes like this, and then the thing that goes like this with the thing on top of it. And
So you mean to tell me this is so, and I read like a lot of these things that you guys are saying, it's just you guys are just making it make a lot more sense now, right? So basically like at the turn of the 19th century, which is considered the New Age
Right.
reasoning,
Yeah.
that goes with what you're saying about,
Right.
okay, the light bulbs, the da-da-da, like that.
Yeah.
But it was also fostered with like these racist scientists like Darwin.
Right.
And
these people,
Charles, what's his name? Charles Huxley. Like these guys, like converted scientists from like the 1800s to
Right.
say like, okay,
the Negro
yeah.
is a beast of the field.
yeah,
We're not going to be able
yeah.
to
So
use
it makes
him.
perfect
Yeah.
sense.
We're not going to be able to use him
Yeah.
anymore when the technological era comes.
Yes.
So we're going to have to do something with these people.
Because before that, you had what you call the creationists.
Right.
You had the archaeologists, then you had the scientists. And in the 19th century, it was just like, they didn't like the creationists because they lived off of biblical terms, right? So they didn't want them, but they can mess with the archaeologists. They can be like, you know, they can mess with the scientists at that time too. They just convert them and just say,
Word.
look, this is what you are. You're a scientist. Like, you know, we're evolution. We have the power to like tell the world that, okay, tell the people that it's like this, that. Just dissuade them away from what happens.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
Even though they have this position that
Yeah.
they're going to vaporize these people, right?
yeah.
Now, if you go online and you look up King Alfred plan, right? Like this is something everybody's talking about. Black leaders are talking about it, Europeans are talking about it, because everybody's involved in this extermination program. You know, when they talk about FEMA camps
Oh yeah.
and FEMA coffins, they see Alex Jones comes
Bill
out and
Gates even
he's
talked about
showing about, you know, showing the coffins on the highway.
It's true.
Like for
So-
miles, you could just see coffins
Yeah.
just stacked up, just sitting there, right? One key point that nobody talks about, right? Everybody leaves this out when they talk about King Alfred plan, right? Because the whole idea is to one, denounce the prophethood of Noble Drew Ali, right? And two, get you to think that, you know, you can be saved if you join their group, right? Because they're putting this information out about King Alfred plans. Oh, these guys obviously know something. If they're putting out this information, all right, well, I'm gonna get down with them because they gotta know. When, you know, you go check, they're calling themselves black and African and white groups and whatever, right? But the thing that they dropped in King Alfred plan that everybody blows over, right? It says that this memo is being submitted in lieu of a full report from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That report is now in preparation. There will be many cities where the minority will be able to put into the street a superior number of people with a desperate and dangerous will. He will be a formidable enemy, for he is bound to the continent by heritage and knows that political asylum will not be available to him in other countries. So these so-called minorities are bound to the continent by heritage.
Hello.
So they're telling people that this is your land, right? You're bound here, and political asylum will not be available in other countries. Meaning that you, when they start vaporizing, you can't make the call as a minority, hey, African nation, you need to help us, right? Because these people are exterminating our people over here. Can't do that. Because from a political perspective, international law perspective, if you are not proclaiming your nationality to be free, you're done for. You might as well put on the chains and put the yoke on your neck. It's over. The only freedom that you have is proclaiming your nationality. And the only way you can proclaim your nationality, keep Hitler in mind, the only way you can proclaim your nationality is if you're connected to that landmass. So the Poland's and all these people, they could have proclaimed their nationality and be Jew and saved those 8 million people that they killed, or how much ever people they say that they killed. Keep in mind that during that time as well, many of the people that they killed, there's a good documentary on YouTube called Hitler's Black Jews, where there's all these people that look European that are saying they're from Ethiopia. And that you know, they got caught up in the sweep up. Because people assumed because of their complexion that they were Polish, Ukrainian, whatever, when
He was trying to make his own race, like a blue-eyed
Right.
race. Okay, he was also injecting like blue ink into her eyes and stuff. He's doing weird things.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
studied capitalism and
Yeah.
all these, you know, esoteric
naturally,
teachings and.
but
you know.
naturally, because he was an occultist.
Yeah, an occultist.
He was a Satanist.
That's how he was able. That's
Yeah,
the
like-
only way he was able to get that influence.
Right.
Because I don't know. I
Right.
don't under. You know what I mean? He almost took over Europe.
Yeah, but again, like if he took over Europe, hey, he's European. That's his jurisdiction. They can do that over there. You know, that wasn't gonna come over here. But you know, how do these people, these maniacs, come to power through allies? Why are you not talking about Bush family company that funded Bush, not even Bush family company, Bush family oil company that funded Hitler and gave them oil and all that stuff for them to even have all those tanks and whatever that they had over there. That's a documented fact. Nobody's talking about the after Nazi Germany fell, that the same US people that funded Hitler took all of those Nazi scientists out of Germany and founded NASA.
I mean,
Brought them here, and they're still here.
NASA.
Yeah.
here's another.
So they
company.
still kept that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ignorant
Yeah.
buffoons still kept the.
Here's another company. When you have a headache, what do you take? Aspirin, right?
Yeah.
There's another company that was founded, Bayer. Well, do the knowledge more or less, but what's happened? What's going on?
What's really going on?
Yeah.
Right? What's going on is that everybody is in possession of our birthright. And using our birthright, our Moorish birthright, against us because we want to be black people.
So
We
what's
want
better
to be the
more-
minority.
So what's better? Well, not but what's better, but like, if you, how is one supposed to like is it so slowly a black man or a Asiatic man, right? He's supposed we're gonna have to eventually not convert, nationalize. So how do you, because I'm sensing that somewhere down the line I'm gonna have to I'm not a proud Canadian, for instance, you know what I mean? I don't like to say yo, I'm from here.
Well, here's the
I'm
question.
just
How
here,
old
you
is
know what I mean?
Canada how old is Canada to be a Canadian?
But Canada's a corporation.
Yeah,
Okay.
What you're really trying to say is, how do I be myself?
Yeah, like I
I
don't
know
want
what
to
you're
say like I'm
trying
a
to
black
say.
Canadian. I can say I'm a black Canadian. I'm
Well,
not an
you-
African Canadian, you know. So
Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys already broke off the word black, what, black?
yeah, broke it off.
So you know you're not black.
Not the part that you're gonna talk about. We don't have the etymology dictionary.
Oh,
We
from
deal with
being
it.
bleak,
Yeah.
bleach,
Yeah.
death, and all that.
Knowing all of this in essence,
cat
is I'm a
is black.
Moor now. I know that I'm a Moor in my mind, right?
Yeah.
So
It's this knowing, once you start the great knowing,
Yeah.
to be yourself.
Yeah.
Then you just gotta be yourself. You see what I mean? And once we be ourselves, it's like me putting this on, these are our ancient ancestors from Hindustan, they're Moors, they're Asiatics. But when we put on their clothes, just because we never seen ourselves being ourselves, it's kind of funny.
mm,
You see what I mean? It's just like we're ashamed, our mothers and sisters and daughters are ashamed, depends on the texture of their hair. So they go process it, because they're ashamed to be themselves now. Because we fell into this nigger industry.
yes.
Not knowing what a nigger is, or not knowing what black means. If we don't know what words mean, and signs and symbols, we won't find our way home. This is all that the prophet brought to us, to know what words and signs and symbols are to find our way home. And everybody's using them except us. It's like when we hear 666, oh shit, man, stay away from that. You know what I mean? There's the devil right there, but not knowing that this is something dealing with science. 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 electrons, that gives us carbon, that's called melanin, and some has more than others.
Hidden
So,
in plain sight.
yeah, it's hidden in plain sight.
So that's how the 6 is the number of men.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
But I
that's
always looked at it from an evil perspective, so I just looked at the
Because
7. I just go with the 7 now.
to spook you away from being
That's
yourself.
the spookism right there.
To scare you away
Who's telling
from
you
being
this?
yourself.
Yeah.
So we can spook them because they know we don't like that spooky shit. 'Cause they know can't make movies with us in horror movies, and we're gonna hang around while something's like, we're gone.
So what, say that one card, the 666.
6 neutrons,
6 neutrons,
6
6
protons,
protons.
6 electrons.
That's grade A science
Yeah.
class.
Go ask an
I never
electrician.
listened to the science class, that's
No,
why
that's
I
fine.
was.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
ask an
don't feel
electrician.
bad because we're all, there's one thing about Moors and Moorish science of America, there's no big eyes or little U's. We're here to get whatever's in us to bring out of us. To wake up the fallen humanity, to be themselves, what you're asking. How do I, you know, I'm not a proud Canadian black. No, to be yourself.
Yeah.
Just
Then
like
you
we were
be
saying.
proud because once you find this out, you can't not be proud when you start knowing what everything is.
Right, good. I was just gonna tell you stand up again.
Yeah.
Okay. Right? Now, 3 years ago, right? What was the style that young people were rocking? Long ass t-shirts,
Yes.
down to their knees.
Yes.
That's not what he's wearing right there?
But they don't even know that's, it's like,
That's
Sell your
that's
memory.
they were actually invoking their ancestors unknowingly, right? When you see Wu-Tang, all these guys take tie a t-shirt on their head. That's a turban.
Yeah, I see like all these like the white lady that was holding the flag of the black.
Yeah.
Like, I saw the.
Yeah.
See, I come from like you know the.
Yeah, bandana
The
culture.
90s, it was very
Yeah.
hip hop
Yeah.
influenced,
Oh, yeah.
and there's a
Bandana
lot of
culture.
different things like involved. Like that's how I was able to learn about a lot of
You
things.
remember the cameo?
Yeah, cameo.
Cameo with feathers.
That's the cameo.
This cameo right here without this on
Big
it.
Daddy Kane, like
Yeah.
Big Daddy Kane was really into
Okay.
the African. Like, that's how I wanted to
Yeah.
get
Kid
the
and
gold
Play.
chains and all
Yeah.
these that could represent the black
X-Clan.
man. X-Clan, I remember
Every
that.
B and the Boys. Queen Latifah. Like, you just go down the names of
Queen
every...
Latifah really
Well,
disappoints me.
no,
Yeah.
no,
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 but-
No,
This
she
sex
was-
thing.
she
thing.
was-
I used to like the
Yeah.
Africa. I was all about the the African
man.
queen. Like
Yeah.
you had
She
Money
was up.
Love and all these
Yep.
people that were all
Yeah.
about the native tongue. You had like
Yeah.
the Jungle Brothers.
we're
you
the
know?
greatest label out there. And they make the most energy off of us.
That's-
Everybody, no matter even in our sleep state of mind, are trying to be us. And then they still won't respect us because we don't know and we're getting sucked dry.
And we
Right.
don't respect
Because
ourselves.
we don't
We
know how
don't
to
respect ourselves when you're gonna go. This
Oh,
was
shit.
this was Tallahassee right here, right? You're gonna go on
Oh, man.
eBay.
Oh,
Right.
man.
You're gonna go on eBay. And you're gonna punch up Moorish figurines, and they're gonna give you like 500 pages of stuff that you're just gonna
pipes.
There.
click.
Go to eBay.
click, click, and they're just gonna show you pictures of pictures, right? So this picture right here is enamel, diamond, coral, blackamoor clip by Cartier Paris, right? From 1940, $10,000. This is on eBay. Approximately $16,000, right? This is what the thing looks like.
Go to eBay and type in blackamoor.
Right?
Moorish.
This is a clip,
Just a clip,
like a clip, like not even big as this ball right here. A clip that you just clip onto your shirt or
And you
whatever.
trying to tell me that's $16,000?
$16,000
Because it's because of the historical meaning.
Go to
and all
eBay.
that.
Go to
because of the
eBay
historical
and
meaning.
type in
It's probably
blackamoor.
priceless. You can't even put a price on
Okay,
that.
Right.
that's exactly it. Go to eBay.
Wearing a fez,
Yeah.
wearing a turban,
Mhm.
right? And black is midnight. But they don't call it a black clip, or an African clip, or a Negro clip, or an Arab clip, or a Berber clip, Saracen clip. They call it a Moorish clip.
Mm.
Just a clip. So if a clip could know that it's a Moor and be called a Moor, what's wrong with our people? A clip knows that it's a Moor. Selling itself on eBay for $16,000. A clip. Just like brother was breaking down when we first came, right? German shepherd knows that it's a German shepherd. It's not calling itself, you know, Arabian shepherd, black shepherd, gray shepherd, or whatever.
I was born in Alaska. This is a dog that was bred in Alaska.
Right? It's called a German shepherd.
Alaskan
No,
Shepherd. Yeah, Alaskan Shepherd,
Yeah,
yeah.
right? And if you check, like there, and that's something that's in nature. There's fish called blackfish, blackamoor fish. Fish. Called blackamoor.
Yeah, just like every animal on land, there's a name for it in the sea. So
Yeah.
you have a horsefish, you have like catfish, you got,
Right.
you know, you have all kinds
You have a
of,
seahorse.
you got snakefish, you know what I mean? You got all kinds of different,
So above, so below. Did you read land in the law dictionary? The word
Oh,
land?
okay, we'll get to
Yeah.
Oh, can I say one thing first?
Yeah,
go ahead.
With the 666 thing and the scary thing around it, right? The 666, if you knew what evolution was, you would learn and evolve. They gave you evil in replace of evolution, so you would get
yeah,
scared.
Yes.
evolution and evolution, okay.
So you had mentioned land.
Yes.
That's,
All right, yeah, before we
That's-
read land, let's read this quick.
okay, go ahead.
The Great Conspiracy. In 1774, the Moors of America were stripped of their nationality and the word Negro, colored, black, and Ethiopian were placed on them instead. On October 14, 1774, the First Continental Congress met at Independence Hall at 6th and Chestnut Street in Philadelphia, then the nation's capital. So 1774, the nation's capital was in Philadelphia, not Washington, D.C. Right? As a result of that meeting was the enforcement of the 7 articles of the present-day Constitution, known then as the Articles of Confederation. The enforcement of this law put the Moors, who clung to the word marks of Negro, colored, and black, outside of the constitutional fold, thereby rendering them as undesirables and thus unable to receive the rights and the immunities as well as the protections of a citizen as provided by the national constitution. Whereas by their being recognized as undesirable, the slave advocate could use them as slave labor and supply the need without fearing reproach of the law. So in order to, this is why when they kicked Rodney King's ass, those police got out in 2 years. Because he didn't have any rights or immunities or protections as a citizen, because he clung to the name of undesirable or a slave advocate, so which allowed the slave advocate to offer the police to use him as slave labor whatever they want, do whatever to them, doesn't matter because you have no rights, right? Without fearing reproach of the law. So they do that to him, and they only come out in 2 years. Like all that they did to him, and all they got was 2 years. And we know brothers who kicked a dog or whatever and killed a raccoon, and they're doing 5, 10 years in federal.
You don't even see them again.
Right? However, in 1774, this country was not lawfully recognized as having its own independence. Therefore, words were not officially put on records of the Moors, but used extensively in actual practice. In the year 1776, and the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Moors were divided as a nation, and our flag was taken down by George Washington and put in a safe in Independence Hall. History recalls this event as George Washington cutting down the proverb cherry tree, of which our flag is widely known, because of its bright red field and the 5 green point star in the center. In 1779, the Moors were put in perpetual slavery, and the words Negro, colored, and black were put on their state records. At this juncture, it needs to be noted and clarified that perpetual slavery did not exist in America until 1779. Agreed that there were a number of writings placing the beginning of the institution of perpetual slavery at earlier dates. However, these writings have no valid records to prove such speculations and opinionated presumption, as all authoritative documented record fixed the date at 1779. Right? And keep in mind, the Moors were put in perpetual slavery, and the words Negro, colored, and black were put on their state records. So prior to 1779, the Moors were known as Moors. And we were in this land. After 1779, the Moors were known as Negro, black, coloreds, and came from Africa on slave ship. And then to bring up the slavery thing again, the question that the Moors ask is, show us the slave ships. Show me a slave ship, and I'll believe that we came over here on slave ships. I don't want to see anything else having to do with slavery. Show me those ships that we came over here on through those so-called 400 years of slavery, and I'll maybe buy that we came over here on a slave ship. Like, produce those ships.
They haven't done that.
Yeah.
So that's fictional then?
It's fictional.
Big time fiction.
Sure.
Right?
So now,
So now that puts a whole different spin on history now.
okay, so now all I have left now is the Underground Railroad.
Yeah, which was
So that's
this land.
that's real. That's
Which
real.
was in this land.
That's real.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the,
Yeah.
Move people around.
Yeah.
Move people around.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and what was the purpose of the Underground Railroad? To escape slavery.
Slavery.
Okay, and why and escape slavery? To go where? To come to Canada
Through Halifax.
through the Underground
Yeah.
Railroad, which led to Canada.
Yes.
Which means that during the time of slavery, there was this place called Canada where free people could go to. Right? You can escape slavery in the South and come to Canada and be free.
And I say something, and why were they trying to get to Halifax? And they were trying to escape somewheres. And then there must have been another group of Moors so they can blend in. You see what I mean? It's like, say, what's that Moses story when he had to go hide out and whatever else?
Right?
It was the same people. Like, how could you hide out in the same people? You know, best place to go is you're gonna hide out, you gotta be around your own people. So there was already Moors in Nova Scotia, not Indians. They were already there.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's no way they can escape and go hide, because I know if I'm being kidnapped and trying to escape from someplace, I'm not gonna hang out where I can stand out.
Where you can blend in there, right?
That's
Exactly.
Perfect sense.
Right?
Yeah, so I'm only saying that is because I was born in the East Coast,
Mhm.
from Halifax.
Okay.
Same with my cousin, but they got us so badly done down there and everywhere else with this whole psychology, mind control, brainwashing, what they call sorcery or whatever, believing this is who we are so bad, we can't even let it go once we even hear it. But I see you catch yourself talking about Asiatic, even though you're Israelite, you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
I was trying to correct it from
Yeah.
saying
Right.
black.
Right.
Yeah,
Black.
but see, that's
That's
our
what it-
intelligence where
that's
we
what it
have,
is. Yeah.
That's where it starts.
we can't even lie to ourselves after a while.
Yeah.
The Asiatic sounded nicer, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It kind of covers
Nice,
both.
nice.
Wait, what's that word?
I mean, it sounded.
You guys are gonna use the word nice too, because nice means stupid and foolish. The thing is, this is,
He did the word already, so he
but
knows
the thing is, see, we're not here for us right now. We're here for the young and unborn, so they know what words are right from the beginning. Instead of getting in a delusional state of mind, thinking they're in the knowing, and then everybody else here, you know, the melting pot's not melting. Even with our own family, it's not melting. You know, because we're being so badly done by not being ourselves. Everybody else that knows that they're connected to them, doesn't matter where they're from. If they know they got Asiatic, Moorish, Moabite family blood in them, doesn't matter where they're from. The deeper you go in the jungle, the darker it gets, no matter what landmass you're on. So that's their family, but they try to, you know, with the caste pact, whatever systems that's out there, they'll try to say, yeah, man, we got nothing to do with them. We're going with the winning team. Right now, the Albion looks like they're in the winning team because they're controlling stuff, but they're only controlling stuff because they're on the foundation of our ancient ancestors' backs. And our backs not knowing who we are. And this is what happens to us. So, once we start teaching the young and unborn what words really mean, they start talking differently to each other. When they say Albion, they know who the Albion is. When they say nice, they'll know what they're referring to. They're using the proper content. When they say black, they'll know that person's dead. You know what I mean? Or it's bleached or something like that. You see what I mean? But you can't come out right now because nobody really knows. Even these corporate entities that are calling themselves policy keepers, calling themselves police, law enforcers, or whatever, they don't even know the law. You see what I mean? So you can't take it. You can't really argue out there with them. Just stay on your square. Whatever happens, then you go through the stages to the administrators that they're calling judges, to Supreme Court, High Court, whatever, that know because they're wearing your fez. That's the one that he showed you earlier. They know the game, so they know law, and they know what's going on. But when you come to them, they say, "He woke up. We can't even lie. We lie to ourselves." They don't know what's going to happen to them. And the thing is, it's not about fighting. It's not about hating race. It's about waking up the family on a global aspect, where this energy that we're created from, that gives us this energy to even talk and reason and see and hear the vibration, you know, getting in deep metaphysics, to know what really is that made us come into a Muslim form, flesh, blood, and bone. And this energy of the carbon force, one of the strongest substance on the planet, when we ignite that, then it shuts down everything. Because then nobody else can lie to themselves. No other so-called nations, because they can't lie to themselves. Because there's only 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. It spells all law. And we created a man from mankind. We created a mankind from man. So the thing is, once we put this on for proper perspective again, people start waking up, especially the young. Then they start doing things differently, without killing or without hating or anything like that, because it falls back into all law of nature, just like the like the law of nature, like the apple blossoms, the cherry blossoms, and the flowers, because this is spring solstice now.
Yes.
So, but we're fighting the nature of things, and we're not being ourselves. So when we start being ourselves, that just starts waking up all around the globe. But then they try to use different things, like, you know, try to make it look like Allah Akbar, you know, and chop off somebody's head and shit like that. But you know, if you're gonna start killing somebody, well, be prepared to die too. And it's up to us. You can't go around here killing just for the sake of killing. Then we're gonna have to do is govern ourselves. Why'd you kill that guy? You know you're gonna have to die. We don't want to kill you, but we have no choice because you did something you weren't supposed to do. If we start doing stuff like that, killing will stop. You know, even though people say, oh, we're supposed to be civilized, but guess what? If we ain't coming to our senses, but if we teach right knowledge at the beginning, that corrects wrong behavior from the very beginning. So we won't have all this madness where we're getting caught up by this illusion and undermined psychology where you don't even know. We're looking at each other, you know, in the mall, and all of a sudden we want to kill each other. You know what I'm saying? Man, I see a God. You know what I mean? Because we're on a lower vibration because they taught us something to kill ourselves, and we're teaching ourselves. The nigger industry. It's such a cool industry to be niggers now, you know, because this is what niggers do. We do everything that's fucked up. So now wonder nobody wants to be around because we accepted this nigger when we're not the nigger. And we don't know what the nigger is. So when we find out and put everything back in the, now say we're lying. If you've got some kind of common sense or if you're even educated or whatever you might be, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie. The truth wears no disguise. So go ahead and start lying or telling stories or fabricating anything like that. So then it manifests itself and put things back in order where they can't even lie to the children anymore or the fear of anything.
Yeah,
Because this is what they're doing to the children. This is what was done to us. You know, our own family could do all that stuff. Stay away from them, stay away from them. But not knowing they're the same people. There's only two races on this planet, man and mankind.
Prior to the slavery, what was the language for Moorish?
Latin.
Yeah, Latin.
What was it?
Latin.
Latin. Okay, and that
Arabic.
got filtered through?
Yeah, Latin, Arabic,
So-
Hebrew.
So nobody in America who are supposedly slave descendants could trace back anything to say, like you were saying, coming over from a ship?
They can trace, but it wouldn't have been 400 years ago.
Or be more recent?
It would be more ancient.
Oh, more ancient?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it would be when the landmass was connected and we were just walking back and
Right.
forth. You know what I mean?
In chains,
Yeah, but prior to chains.
prior to chains.
Yeah, like just walking over here, just like we walk across the street, go buy something to eat. You know,
So we went through, so basically, well, see, what I'm looking at is how we got Canada. So it kind of looks like from Africa, then to the States.
well, if
Or-
we let's map it up.
Okay, basically, I'll show you what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like here, and then this was connected.
Yeah.
So we got here, got enslaved somehow, you know what I mean? And then we made it up here somehow.
Okay.
We made it up to the States.
But we didn't,
Was it like this?
well,
No,
it's
no,
coming
this
across because.
We're in North Africa.
Or we just went across?
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Okay. Can I show you something real quick? If this was all together, what makes us think there's nobody already here in the first
No,
place?
because I'm thinking, if you're saying that there really is no boats, I don't know about the boats anymore. Like, they haven't showed us the boats, right? So I'm thinking that's the only way we could have got here. You know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
guess what though? Listen to this again. If this was together before all that destruction
Yeah,
happened,
Yes.
what makes you think there's not people already here?
Yeah.
And then also too, our perspective, right?
If it was together, like,
World.
come on, we're walking
If
across.
this didn't split up and leave people over here, nobody was over there. There's no birds
Go
over
across
there.
this line, you're not allowed over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They made sure to create borders.
Right.
That's why they made sure to
Also
create
too,
borders.
remember that if this is together, right?
Up there has to be.
Right. Up here's together, right?
Yeah.
If we do this, and we actually
Global,
make the world look like what it's supposed to look like,
not flat.
then Asia's connected to Alaska right here. So we could also come over on this side, because we were rulers up here too.
Yeah, man.
Just like the book back there, blacks in Russia,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we were up here, right? We were all in all this,
All down
right?
here. Yeah,
All this is
everything, yeah.
connected, this is connected to here,
Mhm.
right? And then between Russia and Alaska, there's a land bridge called the Bering Strait that we walk, you could just walk across the water and come over to to this hemisphere.
And this is how they like to disconnect us, to make us think that we were brought from somewhere when we were
Somewhere else,
already
we're
here.
already here.
So before 400 years, you're saying this could have been predating 400 years, that there might have been boats before then, you were saying, or?
Oh, yeah, well.
Those are created, yeah.
Well,
Not much.
They're,
They had to
The
be.
navigators of the seven
yeah, we're the
seas.
navigators. So when we say boats, we're not talking about
Ships.
boats that, like ships. We're talking about
Just
reed
wooden
boats.
Yeah.
You know?
Fishing boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, papyrus boats. Right, boats that you just, you get some twine, you just wrap it up and
You
you.
just float around in the
And
back.
just-
Around this,
Have a hotel.
Yeah. Like when we say boat,
Yeah.
our mentality always goes to,
The big.
Yeah.
and the steam and the big thing turning like this, and you know what I mean, when
A bathtub.
yeah. that was the ancient boat.
But in contrast, I believe the ancient civilization was very technological.
Right,
So
right,
they might have had
right.
stuff that we don't
That we
have
don't
today.
even-
Exactly.
Because I was watching a documentary, the Moroccan, the way they build stuff, they can't figure out
Yeah,
how they built
yeah.
Exactly.
building. So,
Yeah.
you can't discount that.
And also too, to add on to that, we also have to add in the astrological
Yes.
influences. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm
So
deep in- I'm deep into that
it
stuff.
wasn't just earth beings.
No, we
Ancient
had
times.
help. We
Yeah.
had help
There
from like,
there was
there was spiritual. Yeah.
outer earth entities that
What-
were coming here,
Yes.
What does the word Bible mean?
right?
Yeah.
Basic instructions
What
before
does-
leaving Earth.
Where does that come
Studying
from?
the cosmos.
Yes.
Yeah, and astro, and when you go, it's good to know your astrological,
Like
right?
the world.
Because astro is higher, that's your higher self, so why wouldn't you want to know your higher self?
Exactly.
You know, so I don't want to just know my earthly self and born with that,
Yeah.
so that's how I started getting into like, okay, the astrology led me into like, knowing about, there's a lot of, it led me into like the blackness of things, and then I saw the connection, everything connected, and then I started understanding about the Bible, and then it had something to do with it's like, the astrology had something to do with a lot of, like nearly every single thing.
There you go.
You know, and then it came back to me, and then I understood about, all right, well, I'm born in April, even the number, I'm born on the 13th, right? So even the number represents, so we're all a part of this,
Right, this astral.
yeah, it's all interconnected to make this big connection.
So above, so
you know?
below.
Yes,
Yeah, like the
yes.
swastika is actually it's actually the same design as the Andromeda galaxy.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And then when I said like with the swastika, when you put the two together, it creates a cube. That's where like that Rubik's cube comes from, right? And also the chessboard, because it's a 4-dimensional face.
Right.
You know, so it's like this is weird how they use certain things to detour you away from whatever they're trying to do. You know what I mean? All I know is
What they're doing is stealing your birthrights.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
birthrights, yeah.
They're stealing your
Yeah.
birthrights, keep you distracted from who you really are, and steal your birthright. As long as we don't study, and we don't want to know, they're having a great time up in Monte Carlo.
Wherever else they go.
Yes, or wherever else.
Wherever else they go, right?
Wherever else they
And
go.
like you're saying, the connection, the astrological connection and recognizing certain things is all good. But if we don't do like other people and have a nationality before we even get into those stuff, you're just spinning wheels.
Yeah, because I was always wondering at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, this all makes sense. I feel a little bit nice about myself, but at the same time,
But then again, you're feeling nice.
who the hell am I? You understand what I'm saying? You know? Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm not sure you know that. So now I'm like, okay, this sounds, it makes sense. You know what I mean? But I was still like, okay, well, still, like, who am I? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, I'm black. This is before I knew all about it.
Yeah.
So, but I'm starting to think now, like, me as well as everybody else, that because they say that when Mormon man thinks, or when a Mormon man says something, and then when a white man says something, it sounds scientifical when he says it. When a Mormon man says it, it sounds philosophical. But it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
You know, so I guess all of us already did have a more mind.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
through the hip hop, it was like,
Right.
through the reggae especially, you know. So it's like, it's making me think like, what was Outkast into, you know, because they were the, they
Yeah,
were
yeah,
that,
oh,
yeah, I know.
Andre 3000,
Yeah.
well, I didn't like when it was Andre 3000, it was when he was,
Don't fool yourself.
you know, so it's like,
I mean, a lot of artists know, like you have, like brothers, you know who Mos Def is.
oh yeah, yeah.
You know what his new title is right now.
No, I don't know what his title is now. He's a
Yes, indeed.
okay.
Even Sprague Benz.
Sprague
Like
Band.
events.
Oh, he switched too, okay.
He switched.
Well, not switched, he
He reclaimed.
found himself. Went back,
Yeah.
got back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all in the words. I know it's kind of hitting you, but
Yeah,
it's
no, I like
it's
the
all in
wordplays.
words.
That's I'm all about
Yeah.
wordplays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's just like
Because you're not changing anything.
Yeah.
yes,
Business as usual.
Business as
yeah,
usual.
and it's been there.
Yeah.
You
It's
get
like,
rid of it.
it's just like one of the brothers, cause like what the process is, you know, for that transition, right? The process is you find out about your nationality, you study, you study some more, and you just keep studying because now you realize that you weren't studying before, you were just reading stuff,
That's right.
right? So studying becomes a natural
Mhm.
phenomenon now.
Yes.
You know, studying is just what it's about.
Mhm.
Nothing else doesn't matter. Before you go out, one of the other Moors were talking about, you know, if you're jobless and you can't find a job, you know what I mean? Before you go out and find a job, you find out about correcting your status first before you go get that job. Because if you get that job and you don't have nationality as a mindset, you're gonna end up giving all your stuff to them anyways.
Moorish.
Right? Yeah, you're gonna give your stuff out to them anyways. So the objective is to know yourself, and then what Noble Drew Ali did, actually, let's just touch this quick fast, just so we can get a perspective of, right, why everything's going on in the world right now, how it's going with bailout packages and all that stuff like that, but like, it's not gonna be told from, bless you, brother, it's not gonna be told from the Moorish perspective by people out there, right? Very few people out there are gonna tell the story about Noble Drew Ali and what he did in the right context, right? So this is a book called The Montauk Book of the Dead by a European by the name of Peter Moon, right? And Peter Moon is basically like, he's just a historian, right? But he's a European, right? So he has this chapter in this book called The Ali Shuffle, right? And it's a whole chapter just based on Noble Drew Ali. And, you know, like, people, you know, quote unquote black leaders haven't done this, what this European did, and said, put this information up. Also too, keep in mind that there's the biggest library right now is the Library of Congress, right? And this book is filed in the Library of Congress. So the people who are the heads, if you will, of the US government, Barack Obama, all those people, they know about what we're going to talk about right now. And everything that we've been talking about today. Like, they know about this. It's not something that they're, you know, scratch their head about, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they'll put you onto some information, you know, if you go to them properly, right? So this is page 418. When the Moorish science reached its peak in 1929, it was on the heels of one of the greatest but most dangerous discoveries Drew Ali ever made. In 1928, Ali attended a Pan-American conference in Havana, Cuba, where he enjoyed broad recognition from a host of other countries. They were, of course, recognizing his sovereign status as a Moorish national, who was representing the entire empire of Amexem, which is the first and true divine name of Africa, right? Which is also over here, right? Amexem. Keep in mind that other countries had no reason to fear Drew Ali or what he represented. It was at this conference, discussion, right? It was at this conference, however, that he received a document which was to change the face of Moorish science forever and what eventually led to what is known as the Great Schism. And the Great Schism is when, after Noble Drew Ali died, all of these groups for the salvation of black people started popping up.
Nation of Islam.
Right, like all of them. After he died, all these groups started popping up. Out of nowhere. Just black groups.
Pan-American.
Pan-American, African, Ethiopian, whatever, all these groups, right, to disperse the people and have them out of that Moorish concept, which is basic, is unity. Have us in all these other concepts, which is disunity, right? So the Great Schism. That is the name the Moorish community uses to refer to the dispersal of Moorish science into different groups. The document Ali received was a copy of a mandate whereby the Amexem Empire, and then there's a asterisk by Amexem, right? And then asterisk, Amexem. Notice how the word Amexem contains the root word of Mexico. Mexico is named after Mexitus, which translates to moonchild or the moon's umbilical cord, right?
And the moon represents the woman.
Right.
And that
That's the foundation.
Intelligence.
Right. Okay. The document Drew Ali received was a copy of a mandate whereby the Amexem Empire extended a land grant of the entire Western Hemisphere to certain Europeans. I have not yet seen the document, and its exact contents are highly mysterious. Yet its ramifications literally turned the United States of America upside down. Essentially, it leased America to a certain party for a particular number of years, not unlike the way Chinese leased Hong Kong to Great Britain. Right? The lease was up in 2004.
The lease is up.
Right? It's up.
Wow.
So the lease has been up since 2004. So since 2004, Moors, unconscious Moors, were supposed to proclaim their nationality,
And reclaim
be a
back.
member of the temple, so they can reclaim back their usages of their ancient land. You have the
Land.
What happened now then, if they could do,
the Great Schism.
Yeah, because they don't even know the lease.
They don't
is
even
up.
know that there's a mandate. They don't even know who Noble Drew Ali is, just like you're talking about. Oh, it's gonna take me a while to
yeah.
figure out, or, get that guy's name in my mind. Right?
Meanwhile-
They didn't-
People's perspective was to get you to stray away from him.
Yeah.
So you don't know who the hell he is.
Stay
then
away
you
from the
see
Sixers.
this flag, and you think that this is Morocco, and then you compare that to North Africa, and then it goes right back to what you were saying in the beginning, that, the Arabs are those people that were the first slave masters. Okay, well, this is supposed to be their flag. So you're going to detach yourself from this, because as soon as you see this, you'll be like, oh no, that's not. And then on top of that now, you have the star, which you put it upside down, looks like the goat head, and then
It's
now
like the
you're
pentacle.
gonna turn away from it more.
There's different ways, like, it's not, you don't have it upside down, you have it tilted, but
Right.
I took it as like, it was taken.
Right.
And,
Right.
because you can use symbols and then you can use them in certain rituals and whatever, and, represent it as a certain thing, but that's not what it really is.
Right.
So
Right.
I did
So-
notice the start,
Yeah, the lease was up in 2004, right? So we have land, just so we can.
So land.
So was this a lease to Noble Drew Ali, a proclamation of some kind? It was,
Before.
Yeah, before, in order for the United States, in order for the Europeans to come here and set up a government called the United States, they had to get the land leased to them to do that,
Okay.
right? They couldn't just do that because this is not Europe.
So this happened in Cuba?
The revealing of the mandate happened in
The
Cuba.
revealing of the mandate?
Yeah, and when Noble Drew Ali received the mandate, he also received the land back, right? So when he received the mandate, that's why the stock market crashed.
That's the Great Depression.
The Great Depression and all that happened because they lost their collateral, which was the land,
33.
We were free for a second.
right?
Just for a minute,
Then they got rid of the profit.
We're getting
And that's
somewhere.
why the Grand Sheik is saying they got rid of the profit and put us back in these isms.
So did that have okay, so now here's the next thing I'm gonna throw in there, like Black Wall Street.
Right. Now,
That has something to do with that?
Right, because when you trace Black Wall Street, Black Wall Street was founded by natives. Black Wall Street wasn't founded by black people.
Okay.
Black Wall Street was founded by natives who were fleeing in a history called the Trail of Tears.
Okay.
And then they ended up in Oklahoma, and then they built where they ended up. And then they built all that stuff. Indigenous people, not, but indigenous people who look like us. But it comes back to the same thing. Why they call it Black Wall Street?
They called it that.
Black Wall Street to imply
That.
a negative connotation towards it.
See, I thought Black Wall Street was,
Stereotyping.
Right.
It's dead.
I just thought Black Wall Street was just like, it was like it's a town of, of black people who are
Success.
successful and all
Yeah, yeah.
that.
It's called
Yeah, it was
It was
that, it was that, but then again, you go back to
And
the.
they didn't like that, so they're like, we're gonna blow that up.
Right.
Now, when I say something else,
Indigenous.
Yeah.
now watch this. See how they're using signs and symbols? Doesn't matter which way you put it, it's your signs. These are your symbols
Regardless, yeah.
that they're using, but if they wanna use it for whatever, try to spook somebody. On the railroad,
Double meaning.
you just said trails
Trail
of
of
tears
Tears.
are the same thing.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So we don't really study and know what we're looking at and get confused with all these different things. It's just like Arab. It's not a nationality, it's a language. You see? It's like Latin. But no, people are running around saying, I'm Latin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Where's the land for that? Back that
Yeah.
up. Where's it?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But
And then we have to do that.
Yes.
When we have to challenge the status quo. When things are presented, like
Yes.
somebody says, well, yeah, the Black History Month. Oh, hold on a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a brown person. Like, where do I fit into this thing called Black history? I'm brown. Like, we're talking about when you came here on the slave ship. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Hold on a second. I have a question. Where's the slave ship?
Yeah, boats have you ever shown me?
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen
Right?
boats,
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, Black History Month, okay, forget Black History Month, we'll celebrate Kwanzaa. Oh,
Yeah.
Kwanzaa. Right? Why you guys using 7 candlesticks and all that? Isn't 7 the number of the Moors? And, like, what are you getting at? But, if we don't challenge them on these lies that they're telling, then the lie continues. Right? If we don't tell the Satanists, give us back our stuff, right? Or just claim it back. Satanist is going to use this pentagram, do this stuff on the ground. And
Put hearts on it.
Yeah.
Say like,
And they'll do
this
their
is
thing.
tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't challenge who the real Illuminatis are, like, it's just gonna be used.
exactly.
Like, who's the real Illuminati? What does Illuminati mean?
Okay, well that was created in like 1776 by this dude named Adam Weishaupt. He was a Jesuit priest, right? So he was a part of the Freemasons, but he was one of those infiltrators. And that was another thing I was gonna ask you guys, if there's any more infiltrators. But anyhow, that's another thing. So
There's many more.
Yeah.
He took that knowledge of the Freemasons, but he was one of those guys that questioned everything. He's like, okay, well, why do we got to do this? And so he took the designs and the concepts of Freemasonry and created his own thing called Illuminati, right? Because illuminated is not necessarily evil. It's like you're an enlightened.
Yeah,
So see what we're doing right now? We're enlightening each other.
Yeah,
So-
and this is why they have the knowledge of your ancient knowledge
Yeah.
that they're using the
from the black, from the
The cosmos.
Moorish history,
the cosmos.
Yeah.
This is why they're using these things, like you're saying.
Yes.
And they're using the signs and symbols of the
Yes.
cosmos against us because they know how to read the
Yes.
star charts. Because this is like people, like, say, if they know your star charts,
Yes.
they can almost tell you the future.
Yes. So like that's basically that's how that. So the Illuminati basically it's like two big gangs. So you have the Illuminati and you have the Freemasons.
But
so
you're right.
They're
They call
kind of
them what?
interconnected, but they're
Republicans
trying
and
to
what,
get one's trying to say like, yo, Illuminati's gonna run this. You know, kind of like the Bloods and the Crips. You know what I mean?
Well, why is
So-
it red and blue? Democrats and Republicans.
There you go.
right?
You know
So
what I mean? So
it's
it's all
already
connected.
designed. It's already designed.
It's already been
But as long as
designed.
they keep us disconnected, that's
Yeah.
why we're here for the young and unborn.
Yeah.
And he's going to tell you what land is, but
Yeah.
this we just kind of.
But to answer your question, like the way Adam Weishaupt did it, they received their knowledge from the dark. It wasn't coming from that was what was getting them enlightened. It was
Okay.
because you can get
You see how
knowledge
you
from
just saying right there, they received the
it's
knowledge
dark
from
arts.
the dark.
It's dark arts. They represent. They like to worship the owl. Or
Okay,
Moloch
but
the owl.
You
Well,
just
that's
said,
300.
so we go back
foot
again.
tall owl.
They got their information from the dark.
Where did we come from? Triple darkness. Out of our mother's womb.
Alright?
Like I said, I'm just trying to.
No,
correct
that's
you.
fine. That's
No.
what, like,
Correct
you see,
certain things. You know, I'm just
But
telling you a
you're
little bit
bringing
of
it- you're
because
bringing
you
it
asked me
forward
what an
yourself.
Illuminati is, right? So
yeah,
I'm saying that's
you're
what
bringing
I'm-
it forward yourself. They got
Yes.
the information from the dark.
Mhm.
Who was the dark?
Right?
Moorish.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, it's
Let
not
me
so
touch-
much.
let me touch something quick too, because you said the name Adam Weishaupt,
Yes.
right?
Okay, all right.
Okay? Adam Weishaupt, right?
Yeah. He was an Aquarian, if you want to
Yeah.
That's right.
According to Empress Verdiashi, Tiara Washita, Washington, Tonika Turner, Gaston L. Bay, 1993, the real George Washington was killed and replaced by Adam Weishaupt.
Can you read that one more time?
Oh,
According to Empress Verdiashi, Tiara Washita, Washington, Tonika Turner, Gaston L. Bay, the real George Washington was killed and replaced by Adam Weishaupt, the Bavarian Illuminati founder.
Bavarian, yeah.
Adam Weishaupt is referred to repeatedly in the Illuminatus, written by Robert Shea and Robert Anton Wilson, as the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati
Yep.
and as an impostor who killed George Washington and took
Yeah, he
his
did.
place as the first president of the United States. Washington's portrait on the $1 bill is said to be actually Weishaupt.
I
However,
didn't know.
the real George Washington, Jorge Washita, became an honorary member of the order under the auspices of Benjamin Banneker, who initiated him into Alexandria, etc., etc. Mr. Washington was initiated as an entered apprentice, receipt of the entrance fee amounting to 23 pounds was acknowledged by FC and MM March 3rd, August 4th, 1753. So, Weishaupt assassinated George Washington, the real George Washington, who was a Moor,
I can believe that too.
Right?
Yeah.
and they instituted him
Okay.
and dressed him up like George Washington, and people think that that's really George Washington.
Because you have to think to
so
yourself.
is this book that you're reading from the Congress also?
Yeah, this
Library? So
the
it's a true fact.
yeah, this is fact. This book is actually by a prince of the Washita, and Washita is an indigenous tribe that's been in the Americas.
Okay.
And he wrote this book basically because there was so much information out there about Moorish history
False information.
that people didn't know, right? And this is somebody that we talk to, we call on the phone, talk to and all that, right? On email bit, right? I think
I can see him doing
so the
that. I can
information
see
is-
him taking over stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, and the
Because he
motive,
can do it
right?
in Freemason. He's like this Freemasonry, right? He convinced people
Yeah.
in a crew already to say, "Yo, I'm gonna join this. I'm creating this, and I'm gonna call it that." And,
Yeah.
You know, why are they saying this? You don't have to follow that. You know what I mean? And so I can see how he can do that. You know what I mean? And then dress himself up,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
impersonate.
In person, impossible.
You wanted to ask, can you get the facts to the
No, I was just saying, like, this book is validated.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
never take anybody's validation but your own when you do your own research. That's what you
That's
have
all I know,
to.
because you know, you
Yeah.
just read stuff,
All right, yeah.
somebody rules, like.
Yeah, yes. But when you do your own research, then you start finding Islam.
I'll be back.
Okay,
I'm
Islam.
back.
Yeah, when you come back, we'll get you numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, yeah.
All right.
Okay, Islam.
All right, Sean, that's
In Islam, I self-law master.
all right.
That's the
all right.
science.
I'm still the
I don't want to. No. Hey, no, there's no big eyes and little U's, brother. There's no big eyes and little U's. We're teaching each other. Yeah.
Yeah, no, land.
Okay, so land.
Oh, jeez, you should tell them, hold on, just get land and,
Oh, my goodness.
tell them 2 minutes, get
Okay.
land and. We were trying to get land on, we get, we start talking.
Got it.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let them get land and then they can go wherever they want. Because that was, because, let them get.
Okay, well, land basically, in the most general sense, comprehends any ground, soil, or earth whatsoever, as meadows, pastures, woods, moors, waters, marshes, fuses, and heath. LIT 4A, in its more limited senses, land denotes the quantity and character of the interest or estate which the tenant may hold in land. The land is one thing, and the estate in land is another thing. For an estate in land is a time in land, or land for a time. Land includes not only the soil, but everything attached to it, whether
One
attached by the
definition.
course of nature, as trees, herbage, and water, or by the hand of man, as buildings and fences.
And where's the
What was
source,
that again? What was that again?
What was that again?
Okay.
and where's the source coming from? Where are you reading this from?
Okay, this is coming from the Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah, Black's Law Dictionary.
Black's Law Dictionary, land, in the most general sense, comprehends any ground, soil, or earth whatsoever, as meadows, pastures, woods, moors, waters, marshes, fuses, and heath. In its more limited sense, land denotes the quantity and character of the interest or estate which the tenant may hold in land. The land is one thing, and the estate in land is another thing. For an estate in land is a time in land, or land for a time. Land includes not only the soil, but everything attached to it, whether attached by the course of nature as trees, herbage, and water, or by the hand of man as buildings and fences.
There you go.
So
So,
land is never ending.
Yeah.
There is no borders.
And,
Land is just one big.
and the moor is
Thing.
attached to the land.
That's what more was in the definition. of
so as I
land.
said, let me say it again. So, or earth whatsoever as meadows, pastures, woods, moors, waters, right?
Okay.
So, it's
Yeah.
It's not, it's not, it's not.
now you can leave.
He feels like Neo in the Matrix right now, getting unplugged. Hold on, man. Jeez, what's going on?
Getting hit from left, from the front end.
Yeah.
So what time do we have? Like,
We have the place till 4, but we're gonna try and close out by at least 3 or so.
I think, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
Or,
Just now?
you guys
Sorry?
sound
You
good?
gotta go just now?
Yeah,
great.
okay, I'm good.
You guys good?
Right,
Yeah,
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 right?
we're good.
So we'll continue on.
Mhm.
It is entirely responsible to believe that such a document, if it still exists and can be brought to light, is a mere relic of a long forgotten era that has no significant meaning in today's legal system. That would be fine except for one very important point. If you have truly studied the detailed legal history of the United States of America, you will understand that there is more than a little truth to the prospect of there being such a document. Why? The entire legal history of the United States is predicated on such a proposition. What is known is that Secretary of State Hughes from the US government attended the Pan American Conference and was made privy to this mandate. So were several other heads of state. As a result, a closed-door conference between several nations was held in Geneva, Switzerland, and a labyrinth series of discussions and negotiations began. The Geneva conferences went on for some 5 years, but the records are still kept sealed to this very day. It is known that several international banks called in their loans as a result of this potential legal threat, and the stock market crashed in 1929. Several countries, which included the United States, Portugal, France, and Spain, declared bankruptcy in order that relevant powers could buffer themselves from any political legal claims. In the case of the United States of America, it was reorganized with a new corporate legal status. Franklin Roosevelt was part and parcel of the entire plan when he abolished the gold standard and created the New Deal. Federal Reserve notes were then issued in the place of gold-backed currency. The Great Seal of the Moors was placed on the back of the notes. People behind the Geneva conferences were also concerned about many potential boomerangs from the Moorish issue that they began a full-barreled character assassination of Moorish heritage. The most flagrant example of this was when two master masons put together the infamous Amos and Andy show, and it became the first nationally syndicated radio show in history. It was deliberately designed to spoof the Moorish Science Temple by lampooning them as the mystic order of the Knights of the Sea, and callously referred to them as sardines. From one perspective, this can be viewed as a hysterically funny, especially when you consider that the dignitaries were given titles such as swordfish, mackerel, and kingfish. On the other hand, it was a deliberate and malicious act of intent designed to portray any Moor as the most laughable example of what could be termed the lowest common denominator. Not long after Amos and Andy had its national debut, Drew Ali was arrested and mysteriously died. This has been ignored by both history and conspiracy books. When you see how integrally connected the Moors are to the history of the world, let alone the United States, you will see that they are a guidepost to the true history of the planet. This is the lamp of illumination, the hermit's lamp from the tarot, that the secret societies have long paid tribute in their writings. By reason of our social conditioning, it seems utterly preposterous that the old Moorish Empire could have an actual court of law legal claim in this country. Conversely, it appears that the world leaders have been deathly afraid of such and have been preparing themselves to legally avoid the inevitable. Once again, the Moors show themselves to be hardwired to the infrastructure of our consciousness as well as the historical paper trail.
Islam. So the Great Seal on that dollar bill, the so-called fiat note that everybody thinks is a dollar bill, is really the Moorish Great Seal on the pyramid there.
Yeah.
And everybody's thinking it's the Illuminati belongs to
Illuminati, when the Illuminati never claimed that as their seal.
Exactly.
We didn't look at that part either.
Yeah.
That everybody says that's Illuminati, but they never come out and say that's ours,
Yes.
right?
What is Illuminati? What is that?
It just means illuminated.
Light bearer. Like, you know, the word Satan's light bearer,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So the word Satan comes from Saturn, from the cosmos. Saturn, yeah, thank you. And then everybody takes this and put it into a spook thing to keep you away from real knowledge.
What is Illuminati? What is it?
Oh, it was really a corporation now that's been running the show, Hollywood, using our signs and
So that's
symbols.
the mint or something?
No, it's basically,
No, Illuminati makes reference. It's supposed to be in reference to
Satanism.
the Masons
Oh,
and
okay.
Freemasonry and
Yeah, I heard
the
actually
New World
that-
Order and all that.
Satanism
Okay,
and
yeah,
stuff.
the order is.
But that's not what. Yeah, but that's not what it is.
No, it's not what it is.
That they just call it that in order to get the people to take their attention off of their own
Agenda.
culture and their own
Yeah.
agenda. Because
Facade.
yeah,
facade
right.
of some sort.
Because the New World Order is really old world
Old
order.
order.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no New World Order.
Mhm.
The New World Order is only new because new people have it in their possession,
Yeah,
And that's what they call the New World.
okay.
right? And then that's when Christopher Columbus here, they said he found the New World,
Yes.
right? So all those things
Same world's been
all
there
those
all
things are
along.
relative, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, right? And
How can something old be new?
right. And when we have in our
How
mind,
can you make a Christian?
when we have the circuitry in our mind running properly, attaching to what it's supposed to attach to rightfully, right? Then we have, this room full of people.
Knowledge.
But majority of our people have disconnected wires in their brain
Short
that
circuit.
things don't connect, that they short circuit. There was people who, like when we, I know Brother Darren can vouch for this, when we were pushing the flyer, right, the flyer for the event,
Yeah.
right? How many people were, I don't know, and why?
Well, yeah, a lot of them, because it's a nice looking flyer. A lot of them look at the flyer, they go, oh, this is nice. It's really nice. Is there a Rasta man back there? Oh, wow. Yeah. They, like, all of them took it, and some of them had them hung up in their house, just as a picture. Entertainment.
Like I said, they didn't see the they missed the whole point.
Right.
No, I'm telling them, we're talking about American history,
Right.
we're gonna be teaching constitutional law. Is that not serious?
They missed the whole point.
Declaration of Human Rights.
Yeah.
Right to
Isn't that
travel.
important to them?
Yeah.
But they were out last night,
Oh, part of
because
it.
I was out last night,
Mhm.
and I came home 3 o'clock.
Mhm.
I'm here.
Mhm.
There were 70 of them in the place last night.
Mhm.
Not one of them showed up.
But
Oh,
because,
well, it's, like
You know what I mean?
the circuitry
They paid to
is-
go out last night.
Yeah, it's not
They
connected.
paid to go out last night and enjoy themselves,
yeah,
right?
and thank God it's Friday.
I'm telling them, they all have,
You know, the weekend's here.
they all have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all big people, we all have kids. I'm telling you, this stuff that you want to teach your kids.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
If you love
If you love them.
Yeah,
if you
thank
love
you,
'em.
thank you.
I think the majority of people are under a hypnotic trance.
Yes.
Right.
So they're not, I mean,
Yes.
they've done it, like,
Yes,
It's true.
to everyone.
Yes.
And those who've woken up can
Yes.
see
Yes.
that.
Right, right.
yes.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
takes those who are woken up now to,
Yes.
To help sprinkle them, help unplug them.
which is the
Yeah.
hard work.
And
It's
it's
a big
really hard.
responsibility.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's why it's hard, because we're really here for the young. We're not here for somebody that we might think we're young. Some of us never forgot the essence of the innocence of our childhood. That's why we're probably here. That's why we're seeing things differently still, right?
Absolutely.
But at the same time, we get to this calcified mind, our pineal gland gets calcified,
Yes.
where we can't even come on, so we want to get the young, so they don't have to go through this illusion of not knowing,
Absolutely.
or what it even is, like the right to travel, you know? Instead of thinking that a license is a privilege, right? And, are we gonna touch on that a
Yeah,
little bit?
let's just touch that
Okay.
right now, right? Supreme Court cases upholding the right to travel, right? So, also too, keep in mind that when we say, if we say Canada, right? There's 2 Canadas. There's corporate Canada, that was founded in 1867, and then there was Canada prior to that, right? Canada prior to 1867, the Constitution of Canada is the same Constitution for the United States of America.
What is it?
Yeah, right? So these are Supreme Court cases from United States Supreme Court, right? Which means that that's the law for
The whole North
the
America.
whole North America, right? 1, the right to travel and the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and police cannot make void the exercise of rights, right? Keep in mind too, that the exercising of rights is only done if you have a nationality. If you don't have a nationality and you try to exercise your rights, they'll Rodney King you. Right?
Basically, you waive your rights.
Yeah, right. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be rightfully deprived. Right? So you can't be rightfully deprived of rights or exercising rights, but you could wrongfully be deprived of exercising rights. Right? The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen, cannot be deprived without due process of law under the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right which she has under the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc., which driving and speeding are not. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights, and it cannot do by one power that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power as a matter of law, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to public safety or health and constituted no hazard to the public. As such, a traveler owed nothing more than due care as regard to tort for negligence to the public, and owed no other duty to the public. He or she and his or her auto having equal rights to and on the roadways, highways as horses and wagons, this same right is still substantive rule in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates or registration are not threats to public safety and thus are not arrestable offenses.
Islam.
Right? Under the United States Republic constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule-making or legislation which would abrogate them. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted to a crime. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, corpus delicti. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of his constitutional right. If any tribunal, court, finds absent of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreements of parties. And want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Right?
Islam.
So it's clear, peace, brother.
Islam.
Right? So the right, when we talk about the right to travel, right? We're speaking about a fundamental right that people have to exercise, right? So for example, last night about 1 o'clock, one of the brothers who, younger brother that's been coming to our classes or whatever, right? He got pulled over last night, right? Now, like we were saying, the process is that you join the temple. When you join the temple, we can issue nationality cards, we can issue plates, we can issue whatever it is that the people need in order to get themselves out of the corporate jurisdiction or construct. Because we know that everything that's happening in Canada is from the second Canada of 1867, not the Canada prior to 1867.
And both are still in force?
Yeah, both of them are still in force.
Okay.
Right.
Now, let's just say you have a person who is a moorish, who actually does adulting,
Right.
like hit somebody.
Yeah.
How do you deal with
Right.
that situation?
So-
if the corporate is out of it?
Right. So that individual now, because of the Moorish government being abandoned for so long, the corporate government has taken that seat and they're exercising their corporate position from the actual legitimate government seat, but they're fronting as a corporation, right? So if something like that was to happen, it more than likely they would get involved because the person that got hit
It's probably from corporate.
would be part of the corporation.
Right.
So the corporation would be involved, and then we would also be involved because that's our individual that did the hitting.
Right.
So so we would have to have our own court structure, etc., in order to adjudicate that matter as far as what's happening.
It's just like what the native Indians have.
Right, similar to
Canada.
that. Right.
They
right.
deal with their own.
Exactly, dealing with their own stuff, right?
Okay.
Now, also too, keep in mind that the Native Indians aren't the Native Indians. They're secondary.
Right.
Because they're corporate people, right? They've received
Status.
status
Yes.
from the
Can
corporate state,
Yes. So they
corporate
answer to
people.
them still.
So they answer to them.
Yeah.
They give up they give the appearance that they're
First Nation.
First Nation, whatever. But if you live on a reserve and you're not amongst the common people, well, you're indigenous, why are you around the common people? Logically, you should be around the common people if this is your land, and you shouldn't be marching, picketing for stuff, right? So, but that's what they get for selling out the Moors too, because they had a lot to do with us losing the land after Noble Drew got the mandate back.
Okay.
Because all of them were at the Pan American Conference too. All those nations were there. All the chiefs were at the Pan American Conference, and they were supposed to tell all the Indians, get down with Noble Drew but everybody was playing I'm the chief, I have the biggest feather hat or whatever, so, right? And they lost their birthright because they sold their birthright to the corporate state. Now the corporate state is abusing them under,
Big time.
right? Same thing that they're doing to us by us claiming to be black, Negro, colored people, whatever, right? So the brother last night got pulled over. Now he was driving his mom's car, which has insurance, which has plates, it's registered, so there's no issue with it, right? Everything's good, right? So they pulled him over because the tail light was out, right? So
Typical.
yeah, right? The usual, right?
Reminds me of mine.
Yeah, so they pull him over, right? And he's like texting me, yo, I just got pulled over, okay? Okay, I gave them the nationality card. Right, they went back to their car. Oh, hold on a second. Another car just showed up. Oh, hold on a second. Another car just showed up, right?
For a tail light.
Right, for a tail light. Right? This is a tail light. There's a tail light out.
I know. Been there.
Right, but he gave them a nationality card when they pulled him over. So it goes back to the car. They call the superintendent or whatever. Superintendent comes out. But this time I'm on the phone now, and he just has the phone. I'm just hearing the conversation. So the superintendent's telling him, well, you don't have a license. Well, yeah, I do have a license. I just forgot it home. Right? Okay, well, you got any other ID? Well, no, I don't have. All I have is what I gave you, the nationality card. Well, this doesn't look like the picture that we have in the computer. So we don't know if this is you or not. We can arrest you because you're not showing yourself and all this type of stuff. You need to, right? And he's kind of giving him the, third degree or whatever, right? So I told him, okay, you know what? Just take, just get the ticket because you can't. Nothing you can do, right? Nothing they can do because you're like, he has a license. It's legit. You just forgot home, right? Why is it that they let him drive off? Right? Now, if somebody doesn't have a license on them, average person around here, right? Either they're escorting you, right, to go get it. Like they'll take you out of your car to go park. Let's go get the license, and then we so we can legit check and make sure that you really have one, right? Either they do that, or they tell you park it up, call somebody else who has a license, and let them come and drive you home or whatever. They let him stay in the car. They let him drive to wherever he was going.
So because you don't have this little piece of plastic, all of a sudden you don't know how to drive.
Right, right. Which is where they go with it, right? Which is where they go with it. When the reality is that you don't need that little plastic, because that little plastic is really
representation of the corporation that you belong
of the corporation that you belong to, and has nothing to do with you. So if we put it in the perspective of, let's say you drive for 99 years and you never get pulled over once, did you need that license?
No.
Okay.
But you're paying to the corporation, and that's what they're
Right,
that's
that's-
are you paying us?
Right. Are you? Because it's all about money.
That's the
Right?
exact key right
It's all
there.
about money.
Right, it's all about
Right?
Energy,
All they're
yeah.
about is money. Getting
They're running
your
game.
finances.
Yes.
Yeah. Right? The running game. Right? Yeah. Right?
And they hit them big, 10,000 energy,
Right, yeah. They
20,000,
hit you
5,000.
hard.
They don't give you little ones.
Yeah. Right? The little ones they throw out. So,
You
yeah.
want 140, did you? 5,000, your license
Yeah.
and everything.
Which
We'll make
regards
about
to-
10 grand off you
Yeah.
before I
Yeah,
finish.
before
Yeah.
they're done. Right?
Everybody, lawyers, everything.
Which is with regard to the case that I had, because we used to, a few years ago, I was traveling around with Moorish plates and all that, right? And I would get stopped give them paperwork, nationality card, you know, go back to their car, come back, okay, you know, here's their stuff, okay, bye. Right, no license, no insurance, nothing like that, right? No problem, right? Till I got stopped by these rookies, right? They pulled me down, you know.
Yeah, they were rookies too.
Yeah, you know, pull me down, get out the car, and all this type of stuff, you know what I mean? We're towing your car and all that. Like, well, you know, here's all the documentation, you know, that I put people on notice. Bill Blair knows about this, you know, McGinty knows about this, you know, at that time, what's his face was mayor?
What's his?
Other crackhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
Right, yeah.
yeah.
Right? Miller, right?
Yeah.
Mayor Miller,
Yeah.
right?
And plus
So-
the division, right? You have to
Yeah,
put
yeah,
the
right? So
division
everybody
on.
was put on notice or whatever, you know what I mean? I didn't have any ownership or nothing like that, right? Everything was notarized paperwork that we were using, right? So they took the plates off, they said, you know, we're gonna tow your stuff, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to come get it at the pound and all that type of stuff. I'm like, yo, whatever, do what you guys wanna do, cause, you know, I already put my position up, you guys are violating me.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
Ignorance.
be responsible.
It's not an
You're
excuse.
gonna be responsible.
Yeah.
So call my brethren, come get me or whatever, you know what I mean? Man takes me home, car's in the driveway.
What?
Really?
Yeah, car's in the driveway. Now this is, and these are all the summonses that I got, right? And you have to ask yourself, why would they put it in the driveway? If the pattern, if this is anybody else's, tickets or whatever they
It
get,
was in the pound.
you're in the pound, for sure. And you're not even getting it out until you pay all the fines, and on top of that, pay whatever else you have to pay, right? Operate motor vehicle without insurance. Driving while under suspension. Fail to surrender permit for motor vehicle. Confusion identity plate. Fail to report accident. Improper tires. Drive motor vehicle, no current validation on plate. Failure to notify change of address. Drive motor vehicle, no plates. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So nine charges, right? So court date was on March 25th, 2011. Right? The suspended license that they claim I didn't have, right? The name on that isn't the name that's throughout the document. Throughout the whole, because this is the transcript for the case right here, right? Throughout the whole case, it's talking about Kudra Adwell. They never once mentioned the name on the license that's suspended, right? They throw out everything except insurance, which goes back to the thing that they're all about money. Because that's how they get through, right? So if they threw out everything
And just left the insurance.
and just left the insurance, that means that nationality card I gave them is legit, or they would have charged me for that, right? Paperwork I gave them, proving ownership, right, which is termed a allodial title, that's legit. So that means you don't need insurance or nothing like that.
For
right?
sure.
Or you don't need ownership, right? You don't need to go register with them or anything like that, right? Failure to surrender permit, right? Confusion identity plate, that means the plates are legit, right? Because don't forget they're moorish plates, there was no Ontario government plates, right? Improper tires, all these stuff.
What's an improper tire? Flat tire driving?
Yeah, they said that the trend was, you know what I mean?
You know they had to hit it up with something.
Yeah, they gotta
You know, I stole the chocolate, but we want to put your ass in jail. Look, he stole
Right.
the box over
was a
there,
blue
he
tire.
stole that, he stole all that shit.
It was
I
a
only-
blue tire.
I only
Yeah.
stole the box, and I only stole the chocolate bar, but how do I get all these chocolate, all these
Yeah, all
charges?
these charges,
I
right?
left with 100,000 out of the safe. No, I didn't.
Yeah, right?
They gotta put something on you.
So when I went to the court date, right, the judge comes in, is a Sri Lankan, Punjabi or whatever, right, the turban, the blue turban,
Punjabi.
right? Yeah, blue turban, no gown, just suit, right? Comes in, sits down at the thing, and he's going through, we're talking and all that, and all of a sudden he says, you know what? I don't want to hear none of this.
Yeah, and he didn't want nothing to do with it
I
because.
don't want nothing to do with this,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
He
You
wasn't
guys
being
are
rude.
trying to, yeah, you know.
You just saw that what was going on.
He saw what was going on, right? Because prior to me going to the court, we send in paperwork, documentation to the court explaining our position, explaining our status. You send in all your evidence, you know, to prove that this is your position. So he was reading the stuff while the prosecutor's talking or whatever, you know, he's going through the papers. He's like, you know what? I'm not even dealing with this.
Yeah.
Throws down the papers and just walks out.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
just walks out, right? Now,
He abandoned the court.
right, he
abandoned
abandoned the position, right?
Mhm.
So, prosecutor now goes, they call recess, and he comes back in now. And then they set up another date, like a year later, right? So they set up a date a year later. Come back a year later, and now we're in a courtroom the size of maybe like just these 3 chairs right here.
Yeah, no, right here.
Yeah,
These 3 chairs and then
These
this
3
little-
chairs, those 3 chairs, and maybe like up to here.
Wow.
That was the
Smallest
room.
courtroom I ever
That
saw.
was the courtroom,
Mm.
right, for the
Yeah.
case.
A lot of
The
spectators.
first courtroom
Threw out
was the normal
everything,
courtroom.
yeah, right? Threw out everything, stuck with the insurance, right? I think it was like 20 G's or something like that, right? Which, you know, it's only 5,000, right?
Right.
It's supposed to only be 5,000, right? But now they're talking 20 G's.
What they do, they threw it out, you said,
Insurance.
the rest, what
Yeah,
charge?
all the other ones they threw out,
Mhm.
right?
Except the,
Yeah, except the insurance, right? So they have 20 G's on the insurance, right? So when I go now to get, so when I go to they were threatening with jail time and all this type of stuff. We're like, yo, listen,
yeah, right.
you guys do what you have to do, right? Whatever you guys gotta do, you do it. Because, you know, my position is my position, right? And again, on the transcript, it shows that, you know, Cujo Aroel's name's on there throughout the whole thing and had nothing to do with the name on the license,
Okay.
right? So they recognize the status of the Moor,
Right.
right? Even though they threw the book at the all capital letters name that's on the license, because they knew that I'm never gonna identify myself as
That's
that,
that person.
right?
Mhm.
But they, you could say, they did that in order to save face. Because they threw out everything,
Except the.
now that sets precedent that anybody can exercise without insurance, whatever. And again, you know, that's the biggest ticket that people get, driving without insurance.
Yeah.
And they need people to get those tickets in
Yeah.
order for them to keep this
Paid.
fraud going on,
Especially
right?
with the insurance.
So they
Yeah.
nailed you because of liability
Technically,
for the other person.
yeah, technically, but
They're
there was no
corporate.
other person. They just pulled me over.
Right.
There was no accident or nothing like
No
that.
one got injured.
But it was
You
based
got
on
injured.
liability.
You got injured.
Yeah.
I mean, the charge is based on liability.
The charge is based on that, right? Yeah, I'm ultimately liable because nothing is
Somebody's
right, right? In case something
In the
happens.
event.
Right, yeah, in the event.
Yeah, in the
right?
event.
Yeah, in the event.
In any event.
Yeah,
What event?
right?
Do you have a paper there where it says, like, you know, go to court, like, you know, try to, where they say, a victim, you know, where it says on the thing, something
Yeah,
victim?
yeah, that's,
Like, where's the victim if I went through a stop sign? I didn't-
Oh, yeah.
So for-
Well, that's the
yeah,
corpus
for-
delicti, right?
For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party.
Corpus.
Corpus delicti,
Yeah.
right?
It has to be an
So,
injured party, so what's the
so
crime?
when you get, this is argument that you can just bring up.
Okay.
You get a ticket, you go to court,
Who did I
and
injure?
they say, you know, who did I injure?
Who did I injure?
Injured party, please present yourself for the record because in
Yeah.
order for
You have the
there
right to
to be a
face your
crime,
accuser.
Yes.
I have a right to face my accuser. Well, you know, their thing is there's no accuser. You know, the state or the provincial prosecutor, who is a corporate position,
Mhm.
they're representing the accuser. Well, how are you representing the accuser if the accuser on the transcript says Her Majesty the Queen? And she wasn't nowhere
She wasn't there.
around when, right?
She was in Regina for that.
Coming back to the whole thing of the fraud, right? When you go to the court, if you go to the court right over there,
Mhm.
as soon as you walk in the door, you look on the right or left, you're gonna see a big plaque that says
Administrative building.
administrative building,
Yes.
which means that's not a court.
Right, so you don't recognize it, you can walk out.
So, right? But then again, you know, they have their tricks, right?
Mhm.
So one of their tricks is to if you walk out, still go ahead with the case.
Mhm.
Because they have jurisdiction over that name, that all capital letters name.
Which is
And then
registered.
if you're not there, then they issue a bench warrant saying that you weren't there,
Act on
even
your-
though,
They'll act on your behalf.
right, exactly, right? They act on your behalf because they're the slave master,
Yeah, you're a ward of the state.
a ward of the state, ward of the crown.
That's right.
Right.
Minority, so I'll
actuality-
take care of stuff for you.
But in actuality, you're trespassing when you go into the building. Because the last time I was there, I got arrested, so-called arrested, and I got given a ticket for trespass.
But how did they hit
Who
you?
was injured?
How did they come at you?
Right.
Say, take it to the beginning.
So, well, long story short, I went in there and I stated my position, and the judge, she didn't really have a position.
For
What
what,
she was-
for what?
Well, I
For
went
the
there
ones that don't know.
okay, basically I went in there for, I think, well, I don't have it written down, but I had no license,
Motor vehicle.
suspended
Motor vehicle.
suspended license. They pulled me over because I think it was a broken tail light. I had overdue tickets. I think I got 6 tickets. I don't have information from me, but I got 6 tickets to go in there to do whatever. That's jail time, basically. You know, as I said, like, no suspended license, no license, that's jail time, at least 6 months. But anyway, so went in there, stated my position to the judge, magistrate, administrator. Let's just basically call it as it is.
Right.
When I was leaving out of there, she ran out.
While you were leaving
She ran out.
What's
It's like, I'm
Hold on.
giving you the Coles Notes version. When we get together, I'll give you the exact full story, but.
Was
sir.
it finished when you were leaving, or was it still in process?
So, now, they had already planned to do what they were gonna do, but she had to make sure that she wasn't in the room when they did what they did. So I was walking out, she ran out, as soon as her door closed, they dragged me down and took me to the back. Like arrested me, took me to the back.
Oh, that's
Now-
when they threw you down, put the knee
Took
in
me
the back.
down, whatever, where's your ID, where's this, where's that? Now,
Yeah.
all I had on me was my nationality card and
Uh-huh.
my paperwork.
Right.
Took me to the back, you know, I was in back there for about 20 minutes, you know, whatever. Came back to me, gave me the ticket for trespass and said to leave. I said, but I'm arrested, I'll be going to the,
Yeah, court, right here. Let's do it.
I'll be going to the police station or whatever. Alright, they're like, leave. And that was it.
That was it. That was the end of that was your window, or
That was
I don't
what I'm
know.
saying, you're free to go.
You gotta know that.
They didn't
Being
say
said.
just leave. I said, well, it's like me, I was like, I want to prolong it, like,
Yeah.
I don't want to, I just got here.
You want a challenge?
Yeah, you know,
I got a ticket here.
Having fun. That's fun. When you go up there and you're on your square, not your number, it's fun. So that's what he's saying. I really want to.
Because you're on the winning team.
Yes.
You want to score.
But you see, the thing about it, you have to go through it to really get there.
Right,
I mean,
right.
yeah, I was scared, don't get me wrong, I was scared, but after 20 minutes, I get to leave. Which
Oh.
black person gets to leave after 20 minutes?
That's showing a
But
lot
then
of power
again,
there.
I didn't have any black identification on me,
Okay.
if anything.
Right.
When they give you a trespass and a fine or whatever, it's a
Okay.
suit, what name do they use?
Okay.
That's
now,
what I want to.
They use the straw name as a trespass.
Okay. Yeah.
However-
So I was worried about you there for a minute.
They use the straw name as a trespass, but,
What name is that? Is that your
sir, that's
That's the name
That's
that would
the
be
s-
on all,
all
certificate, your
your, all
birth
your
your,
birth
Okay,
certificate,
whatever.
license,
All
whatever.
caps in.
yeah, so,
Well, a lot of people don't know what all caps is.
Yeah.
So maybe you should just break down what all caps is.
well, all caps is, like I said, like on your
It's
driver's
all-
license,
Right.
it's all capitals. All capital letters, it's not the capital letter, first letter, and then
Birth
small letters.
certificates.
First, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
So, they gave the ticket to the straw name, trespass. Now, it's like, that's not me, it's like, listen, get out of here.
Don't you know when it's time to leave?
Yeah. I hear you.
Like,
The window was open, but he wanted to fuck around and tell us. He was trying to embarrass us, man. Oh, we let you go.
You
he got us. I thought we gotta give you something else for trespassing.
No, the thing about that ticket is that, where did they get that name from to put on that ticket?
You didn't tell them that?
I didn't have any identification on me that
Oh,
said
they
that.
know who you are, man, you know.
But you see, that's the fraud of the whole thing, is they could just put a name on anything and give it to you.
Yeah,
If you accept the name that they're putting on anything and giving it to you, well, then that's you then. And that's exactly what they did.
Right.
They didn't get it from any ID that I had on me. I didn't get it from my mouth or anything, but they just put it on there. And
So it was a job.
What were you doing in the courthouse in the first place?
as I said, it's not a courthouse, by the way. Administrative
Sort of
area.
Why were you?
As I said, I was there for a broken tail light, no insurance, no driver's license, suspended driver's license.
So the name was taken off this vehicle then, this automobile, is that how they concluded?
Well,
that you
the
were-
day when I was in court, this was after when I received these instruments.
Mhm.
The day when I was in court, I did not have the name identification that they have.
Okay,
Nowhere on me.
okay.
But yet, I got a ticket with that name identification
There was
on
a
it.
number on the ticket.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but what you're
But
saying
still,
is that that's a
what I'm saying
separate,
is-
that's a separate matter.
Mhm.
Okay, so now on your national card,
Mhm.
you have a name.
So I have a title.
Yep, okay, okay, so now they just let you go.
Yes.
Let's just say you're driving and another guy pulls you over.
Mhm.
Is it now in their computers that they need to let this person go? Because he's got a status, a nationality?
More likely not.
No.
So you could be going through the same process again?
Right.
Yeah, but that's
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but again,
Sure.
too,
Yes,
it's
it is,
not,
but
it's
it's not-
happening because, it's happening to deter other people, not because
Mhm.
we're wrong.
Mhm.
That's what threatened arrest is.
Oh,
You know,
Because,
Right.
sorry,
You know,
but see,
it's harassment.
but with me, what I realized, why they took me down when they took me down, they couldn't do it with the magistrate in the room though. But the reason why they did it is because people were like, wait,
Witnesses.
he's just walking free. What's going on here? Like, they heard this thing going on. Like, they heard people chattering. And as I was going up, they drawn me back in, told everybody to leave.
Oh.
Oh, okay, they don't want anybody to witness that.
Everybody leave. Obviously, we have an incident here. We don't want anybody to see it.
Right, and sure, they went along with that. Oh, yes, we understand.
Yeah.
So, here, as I said, I'm just giving you the short version, but the long version is
I don't
this.
need to let.
When I got outside, people were outside watching me, and they were like, "But didn't you? How?
How did you get out?
What? Like, what are you doing? Like, they were. It's like,
Yeah, they're confused.
it's like, wait a second. They just took you down inside there,
Yeah.
like you
You're
did
supposed to be in
something.
jail right
So-
now.
Yeah, like.
What's going on here?
Yeah, because the rest of the world's on an automatic flow.
Right.
Okay.
And when you
Call the cops
you know,
again.
you take them off their automatics,
Yes.
it's strange, it's weird. Right?
It's like
Yeah.
they were afraid to approach me,
It was a mistaken identity, maybe they thought, or something.
but there is no mistaken identity
No.
because they received all my paperwork before I got there.
You know what, these people that saw you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
They
okay.
call
Okay.
back,
Sorry,
sorry,
yes.
yeah.
The way they're.
Right.
thinking, you know.
Yeah, they probably thought.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, the let her go.
You have to
Like,
make sense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the guy, that's somebody else.
Yeah.
It's a good guy.
there's no way these black guys can do this shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? We better not
You know what I'm saying?
get him out before they even catch on. Man, did you see what happened with the black guy in the court? He said he was a Moor, and then he went and said something about the right to travel and the blah, 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 blah. Then they went and jumped his ass, and then they said they took him, then they let him out, and then he walked free. Wow, what's going on there?
Yeah.
We gotta look into, hey, how do we find you Moors?
You know,
Yeah.
but that wasn't the question. It was more like, how did you get out here? Like, you shouldn't do that. Don't ever do that again. I said, yeah, but I'm free right now. What do you want from me? Like, how much
Yeah.
more freedom do I need?
So,
Oh, they were trying to put more fear into you, like, you
Right.
shouldn't challenge the jurisdiction.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
so do you drive right now without
Do I drive? I don't drive.
Well, you don't know. Do you travel? Do you travel?
No, all questions are good. And Morris, let them know, every question is good because
It's great.
it helps him to stay sharp,
Mhm.
and it helps us that we don't know what to not, what.
But to not know.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, do
Exactly.
you travel without any papers, any corporate stuff?
I travel with what I need to travel with,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I'm not gonna tell anybody without studying what to do or what not to do.
Right.
That's for them to understand. Like as I said, coming to know who I am now and from before, it's like, it just hits you like, I shouldn't be doing this anymore. I shouldn't be a corporate entity. I should be something that I'm not anymore. And in divine laws that you have to foster yourself to come to do, you come to realize that, wait a second, what I'm doing is wrong. Like as you said, just mentioned, drive.
Yes,
Are you a driver?
traveling now.
Well, okay, but here's
What
the
is a
question.
driver?
I mean,
What's a
in law, are you a driver?
In Lyon.
What is a driver?
What is a driver?
Well, I know somebody who drives a car.
Okay, but a driver is one that engages for profit,
Commerce.
for commerce.
Okay.
So that's a driver. So if that's being a driver, when you leave here, are you engaging for profit driving around?
Actually, I'm paying out of my pocket for gas. Not a loss, not a profit.
So see, those are the questions that you have to ask yourself. It's like if you go into the grocery store to go get your groceries, are you doing that for profit or you need to eat?
Going to eat.
If you go in for school, when we travel here, like are you doing it for profit or you, right?
It's like when they say, it's like when they always refer to the occupant as a passenger,
Right.
because passengers pay a fare.
Okay.
So them saying you're a passenger implies that you're a driver because you paid a fare, so that means that you're obviously
Okay, so
doing this for profit.
Mm.
You know what I mean? They're not gonna put it like that, right? And then when they give you the so-called ticket or whatever, they're gonna write on a carbon sheet that's gonna print on multiple copies, and then they give you the defendant copy, when you really should get the original. Because the ticket is a bill of exchange,
Right.
right?
You are supposed to get the original.
You're supposed to get the
Because
original.
they can tamper with the original.
Exactly.
But
But then-
you in court, right?
But that's why they do it on a carbon sheet. So they tamper with it from the start and then give you the defendant's copy, which means that you're already in default because you're the defendant. It says defendant right on the bottom of the thing. So you're already defaulted.
You already defaulted.
So you're already in error.
But nobody knows this, so they just automatically kind
Yeah,
of.
we just take it.
Yeah, we just take it, right? When it, and that's what we were talking about earlier. We're challenging them on certain things. Like once we know, we have to challenge them. Well, I hope you're going to give me the original of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want the defendant's copy.
You don't want
If
it,
I'm the
right.
person that's liable, I should have the original. You take the defendant's
You
copy.
take the defendant's copy.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you get the original, then you could just, write on it, no contract or whatever like that, or, there are certain codes and stuff like that that you can put on it that means it's defaulted or whatever. Make a copy, send that to the court before your court date, bam, you go in, judge sees it, throw this thing out.
Exactly. Another thing too with this ticket stuff, nobody ever challenges it. They just go there. Some people might, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
they don't even fight it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Even the
You
ones that
fight
get a
everything.
lawyer, I mean, they go in and plead guilty. You just hire a lawyer,
Or
and
you
you're
go
gonna
plead
go
guilty.
Yeah.
just do it yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so it's just, it's like there's just so many convoluted things around it, but it all comes down to words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a word game.
Yeah,
All
like,
comes down to words.
like if you, for example, if there's an adjudication, right? They usually have you there, they have your lawyer, then they have the prosecutor, and then they have the judge, right? Now, all three of them are officers of the court, which is a conflict of interest.
Exactly.
Right.
But not only that,
Including your very own lawyer.
yes, right?
It's a
But
conflict of
then,
interest.
not only that,
Oh,
all three of them are also members of the law society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a
Which is-
corporate
Yeah,
entity.
yeah, which is double
Oh, man.
conflict of interest. But then again, if it's an administrative building, it's not a court, then they can do whatever the hell they want up
Yeah.
there, right? So they have double conflict of interest going on, right? And then if you talk certain things, the judge is gonna yell at you when prosecutors really supposed to be doing that, because the judge is supposed to be neutral. So that means he's playing sides now.
Yes.
Which is conflict again,
Conflict of interest, right?
right? Which is prejudice, which is, you know, every violation that you can think about, because,
Against the laws.
right? They can't, he's supposed to just shut up until it's,
He's a decision.
yeah, he's decision making. He's not supposed to be
Yeah.
picking sides and all that, or, you know, let's say you don't have a lawyer. He's not supposed to try to sell you a lawyer. To, oh yeah, you know, you need to get a lawyer because I don't think you know what you're doing up here and all this type of stuff. So what do you mean? You're the judge and you're telling me that I have to get a lawyer, which means that you're using your public capacity to sell me
Influence here.
a private jurisdiction when those two don't match, right? And then they're gonna tell you that the court is quasi, that's why it's traffic court, but then there's only criminal court and civil court, really? There's no such thing as traffic court, really. Traffic court isn't even in the Canadian Constitution Act. It doesn't say traffic court in there. So where they getting the idea of traffic court from? Because it's an administrative building and they just do whatever they want to
They're
do.
procuring their asses off.
That's it.
They're really procuring.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like that's in terms of the building that you go into, you could have a traffic court anywhere you want to put it.
In the corner of the street.
Yeah.
Right here.
Right here.
Right here.
Or even with the ones that claim to be the quote unquote officers,
Police officers.
right? Never ever call them police officer, call them public servant.
Public service.
As soon as you call them police officer, you give them power that they didn't even have before you called them police officer. Don't even call them peace officer, call them public servant.
Exactly.
Protect and serve.
Yeah,
Serve.
exactly.
Private security guard.
Yeah. Their job is to secure the public.
That's it.
You know, because as soon as we call them officer, when they're not officers, because officers are elected to an office, they just went and hired, fill out an application, get a job.
And you're the officer, because remember, you're a Moor, and it's an officer of the Island of Man, bailiff of 100. So you're the officer,
Right.
To uphold supreme
Right.
law.
Right.
Right.
and it states that. But yet we give up those birthrights. But when we abandon our birthrights, especially when we say things, officer help, but they're not an officer.
They're not an officer. The words.
Just the words, because they're collecting a paycheck.
And then we wonder why they don't help when we call. How come when we call, they take an hour to come? You know what I mean? They have no obligation to
Right.
the people.
They're not working for the people.
You know what I mean?
No.
Right? Their obligation is to the court. If that's who has them contracted. Or, you know, if they contract with the club, their obligations to the club. You know?
So we should call them public servants.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
From
Every one of them.
From the queen down,
All the way.
public servants.
Because they were our servants until we,
Right.
you know,
You know?
lost our way.
I don't think a lot of them even know the difference, like
No, they don't.
information.
They don't know.
They're not supposed to.
That's the confusing part about
That's
it, yeah.
supposed to.
And because their mentality is that because of this position that they have, right, they're protected. Because I'm a police officer, so you guys can't touch me or whatever. Well, not really, because you're actually not protected. You know, as a quote unquote police officer or whatever, you're not protected.
No.
They think they are, but they're not protected.
It's
Because you could sue them in their private capacity, or you use their name.
Right. Personal and private.
Yeah.
Well, this is what we have to do. We have to put suits on them.
Yeah.
And then they'll know then.
Yeah,
And the ones that don't know,
Yeah.
they'll catch on and be like, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're starting to know, that's like,
And where we're going now is that suing them isn't going to court file, statement of claim or whatever against them. Suing them is write down what happened, go on police website, whatever, find their picture, put it on that thing, and then put it out to the world and let the world know what these people are doing. Forget going to a criminal,
Right.
right, to sue another criminal for criminalizing.
Right.
Just say, okay, I wrote up this thing happened. I have his name right here, right? You can even call the station or whatever, get their badge number. They'll tell you if you have his name. They're not gonna hold that back. Put his badge number on there, and then you send that out to 5, 6 other people, how much ever people you know. They can send it by email, they can fax it, you know what I mean? And you can send it by mail, registered mail, and just put them up there, put them on blast.
So does the Moorish Society have a website like that?
Yeah, they have a public records website.
Public,
yeah.
oh, that's
Where you could just, people who ever have situations, when they write their writs and whatever happened, they upload them to that site. This is, actually, we could probably do that, Moorish Nation, Moorish Nation Public Records.com. And everything's on there. Like when you see some of the stuff that's on there, you're like, people are actually getting this stuff, like, damn.
I just find it amazing, no matter what happens, I'm just happy that I found my way home.
For sure.
And I know who's who and what is what, instead of calling ourselves a box of crayons. Black, white, red, brown, and all that stuff when it's nationality.
Right.
So-called India is not India, but people think it's India. You know what I
So-called
mean?
China is not China, it's Manchuria.
Manchuria, yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, then we're gonna teach this to our children.
Yes.
And we're supposed to love our children. It doesn't matter what child it is. Is it really are you really that terrified that you're gonna lie to your children? That you don't even want to even let them know what words mean?
So if you're gonna sue somebody, sue yourself.
Thank you,
Start with suing yourself.
thank you.
All right, let's.
We want to give thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll definitely make this happen again.
Yes.
Sure.
For sure.
Put the prayer close up? All right.
Yeah.
Prayer close up, since you're Father on the left, 2 on the right. Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Peace.
Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
Through his holy prophet.
Through his holy prophet.
Noble Jawadi.
Noble
Islam.
Jawadi.
Islam.
Peace.
Peace.
Well, I'm glad you guys came out with something different.
Yes.
Were you guys gonna take some real camera stuff? I mean, I see you guys got the lights, action, and cameras. Did you guys get something interesting enough to work with?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
More than.
yeah. Because it's really, this information is really amazing.
I'll see if I can come
Even
to
for
attend
school.
I learned a
tonight.
lot today.
Even in for school.
Going to?
Yeah.
When I ask the
So I'm
children,
gonna see what
some questions. These are things children should know. This, not
No,
on
I think
this, on
that's
this
there.
level.
Okay.
But how come you don't know what this word means? You're using it, you're calling people this, but you don't know what it means. And then we got
Put me
people
on the
that,
spot like that.
we're all.
Yeah, good work, yo. You'll be on YouTube.
Learn more history.
You're looking great, more. You're rushing out or something?